think that's good enough. How's it sound? Okay. Rolf, how you doing? How's things? Figured I'd get started while it's still in ads because I don't fancy waiting. Prompter. Why are you not on prompter? Regular Docker stuff. Yep, that'll do that to you. That'll do that to you. There we go. That's prompter. No, where's it gone? OBS needs to sort out their windowing system. See how that goes. It's a pain in the backside. One little drag wrong and it'll reattach the window to OBS. Struggling with getting mounting a volume with the TLS certs. Yeah. I don't think I actually did that one. The problem I have with Docker and stuff, or doing anything with Docker or like Kubernetes and stuff, was just you do it, you struggle through it, you get it done, and then you're scared to touch it. And I don't have enough brain capacity to spend enough time learning it in depth. So yeah, probably should. Yeah. Other than that, other than TLS support, it all seems to work. Just need to add a check, a back end, and UI improvements. Nice. Hi Merlin, how you doing? Welcome back. Good to have you here again. Flying by and sitting on a tree branch, flopping his laptop open and co-working. Nice. I appreciate you hanging out. So I just want to have a wireless keyboard on my stream PC. The window I have the um come on. The window I have for the prompter, it's hard to see in this light, so I'm struggling. There we go. I think that's it. Yep. That's it. A little trackpad on a wireless keyboard for the stream PC. Backend, small program that has some persistence. The RabbitMQ stuff works without TLS. Gotcha. How are you finding RabbitMQ? We got full stack running. Okay, so we should be able to create something here. Oh, that's what I was wanting to do. I wanted to do assign by on the created by. We need a footer. I kind of want to do that ultimately, but I don't think that's relevant right now. I just want like a little badge at the bottom. Let's remove that. Give remove the image. This is created by item dot created by user dot name. I actually quite like it. Supporting communications from the browser is tricky due to browser limitations, though. Yeah. RabbitMQ, from what I understand so far, and I haven't really touched it much, is pretty versatile. So it can be kind of like Kafka, or it can be kind of like MSMQ. It's a little tricky from the UI perspective to understand, but it is pretty powerful. So I've been looking at. I actually do have RabbitMQ as a Docker container here because I do want to use mass transit to do some more service bussy things that aren't going to be handled by I do this columns. Yeah, I'm going to be handled by Kafka. Sorry. Let's see. Let's see what happens there. That might break. Not breaking, but it's not working. So assigned user, assigned user, assigned user, assigned user. There's definitely one where I did assign a user. So let's have a look. Let's make sure we can do it. New item. Get assigned user working. This will involve just type in something. 03, 09, 2024. Matthew is the assigned user. Did that error? Did that go through? Assigned user identifier went through. So now we should. Why didn't that close? That should have closed. I'm going to undock this. Drag it off screen just for. Spending an hour looking at the WebSocket Relay one. Certificate not found is getting annoying though. Yeah, that will But what will you be working on? Okay, so today is going to be a longer stream. I have the day off work. So this is part of the Agile platform, right? This is just me starting to put the UI together on it, right? Starting to get some of those ideas in place. So this is an Angular application. And what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to build some UI with enough components to kind of understand how I'd build a page and how I'd get the data transfer, etc. So I know you've probably seen the diagram. It's worth bringing up while I'm talking about things, right? Did I start? I did not start Excalidraw, so I'll start that up. Localhost 5000. So yeah, so this is the overall architecture, right? Roughly. This was to document these workflows. So the architecture, I will do a better job of diagramming later on as a whole. But right now I'm focused on this component of the system. So the data, when I create something, the data goes through the right APIs, comes out, gets published to Kafka, and then it's consumed in this read database. This read database has a GraphQL system attached to it, and then right now this looks more like that, right? it doesn't go, the GraphQL paths don't go through the gateway, but ultimately they will do. So the challenge I'm having is mentally figuring out the features that I want and the order that I want to do them in, but then being able to kind of create those workflows. So what I'm trying to do is kind of templating in that I'm trying to build up a page that has all the components I'm going to need. So I'm going to use signal stores. I'm going to use GraphQL. I'm going to use, the APIs. I want to get the workflows in there. So I have a good template as such going forward for what the page should look like. That will give me a better estimate of what sort of time I should be spending on it, or what sort of practices I should be following, and rather than just making it up as I go along. So I'm trying to work through these challenges. So I got registration working, right? We log out. Right, so I got registration working last week, where you can go through and register a new tenant, and then sign in. Really got to change that username, haven't I? Looks like I've got some sort of crush on deflux. And then the idea being that I want to see. There you go. So this is the card I just created, right? This last one. Things like ordering, using GraphQL effectively, right? Building up queries, etc. So that's what I'm doing. So today, what I'm working on is, again, more of the same. And then what I'm trying to figure out is, okay, well, now I have a store. I can query data. When I go to create a new item, I've got this control working. In general, you can clear it out, etc. So overall, that control's functioning as I intend. What other things do I want to put in here, like filtering, sorting, all those sorts of things, and just kind of learn a little bit more about using the UI components, or building the right UI components for what I need, to then be able to say, hey, well, now let's plan the other things. So, planning items are primarily a kind of what I want planning items to be is kind of a collection of notes and information on a thing, and then ultimately get towards generating stories and stuff. So, but these planning items should be ordered in priority, right? So this is a review date, not the date it was created, but the review date. I don't know when do I have added date? Probably should do that, right? So I'm actually getting into the point now where I actually am having to ask the questions about what features I actually want and how I'm going to implement them. And also doing the UI allows people who are coming into the stream to get a better idea of what it is I'm working on. I think while I'm working in APIs, it's very hard for some people to come into the stream and we're like, what does that even do? Because it's all just pieces everywhere, right? And if you've not worked in larger architectures, or larger systems, not architectures, that sounds pretentious. If you've not worked in larger products, it can be very intimidating, right? So I want to make sure that there's things to see and things to apply when I say, hey, this button goes here, I can point to something. So twofold. What I'm looking at right now is I want to make sure, right, so I've got the review date. I don't have the date added. Planning item by ID, planning item by spec, by tenant. So it's this one. Got to figure out if I can generalize these. I might end up using Automapper. Nice, this would help definitely. Yeah, thank you. Date, review date, public, date time. Do I want date added? Date added. Right. Then that would be date added equals p dot. What? Planning item. Date added. Does this model not have context, domain, entities, planning item? Ah, there's a gap. So when I publish planning items, so I don't have the tools that I have available to me are very limited. So for displaying Kafka, I probably should install just a Kafka web UI. It'll probably be easier. Let's do that. This is starting to worry me. I can increase the font size of this app, but it scales weirdly. This doesn't scale with the rest of it. The other app I have doesn't. I can't see any way to increase the font size whatsoever. That's Kardec. So that's pretty much unreadable, I would imagine, on a stream. Kardec. Okay, and also, not only is it tiny, but it's also super dark. That treated that as a link. It won't let the link go through. Kafka. Yeah, 34-inch monitor. Kafka. I'm gonna have to get. I think I'm gonna buy some new blinds this weekend and get some like wooden slats so that I can make it darker in here. Hi Nickers, how you doing? Hi Malvi, how you doing? Kafka. Yeah, Merlin, if you have a name for the product you or the tool you use, yeah, you were censored because it treated it as a link. I don't like installing Docker images for UIs, but Kafka UI from Provetus, that's a do it this way. AKHQIO. AKHQ. Ooh. Downloadable tool as well. It's, I like. Just had to commit a mortal sin. It's fine, your soul will forgive you. So I assume this is a Java. Make my private key readable. What's the worst that happens, really? You can get it as a doc image as well. Okay, so it is a site. Let's have a look. Documentation. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Oh, okay, it just adds. Let's add that in there. Okay. open folder, the dev, Docker, Liquid Sky. This is my deployment pieces. Kafka. Zookeeper. I really wish to get rid of Zookeeper properly. Why did that paste in wrong? Oh, it was never tabbed in right. Okay. That's tabbed in right now. Don't mind me while I do bad things with so starts a little bit more than they say it does, but yeah. Yeah, I like to use Docker Compose because then I can deploy, I can save this and put this because I use this on different machines. So I like the pleasantries of using that. So that's broker. Broker 9. Schema registry and connect should be the same, yeah. Dot services down. Oh, yeah. Shouldn't be running. I use Docker Compose as well. Best feature of Docker in the entire idea of Docker. Yeah. I always feel the using the Docker run commands and stuff just so temporary, and this gives me some confidence. And I also set up storage and stuff as well, so I got used to configuring volumes for most things as well. So I always look at that, doing that if I can persist. Okay, so services up, SQL Server, Docker, Kafka, console. That didn't start. Did not start Kafka. Oh, service it depends on unknown service Kafka. Okay, yeah, sorry, that's because the file was invalid, and that's because that's broker. So what's the difference between depends on and links? Worry about that later. If I have to pull that out separately, I will do. Really? That was an interesting way of doing that, wasn't it? And now we go through the one of all these not starting properly or blah blah blah. Let's run that up again. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, looks like it's started up okay. Normally get that starting up in a weird order, so something will eventually go bleh and stop. But that looks like that might be starting up okay. Topics. Connection refused. Okay. So what am I missing there? Why does it need Kafka Connect? I assume just for pieces. I also need to look at doing that. Didn't realize I still had hard coded. Depends on what we'll wait until the continuous report and something like healthy already. While Link is just like, yeah, make the connection. Discourage and deprecate to use Link. Okay. Right. Then let's change that now because that's depends on connections. Okay, so that's how that works. Bootstrap servers broken 9092. That's fine. Normally I end up with one of these not starting up properly. That should be fine. I'm okay spending a little bit of time tinkering with this because it's worth it if it gets connect. Docker Kafka server. Okay, so that's what that's talking about. Bootstrap servers broken 9092. That should register. Let's stop that one and restart it again. Now everything else is started up. It says with confidence. There you go. Start it again. It should resolve that internally. Why? So if let's have a look at this tool and see if this is still reconnect topics. So it's the broker's still valid, or rather the cluster's still valid. Localhost 9092. But this is connecting from my machine. This is connecting from within the container. So this, when it's resolving, broker 9092 should be fine. Unless that's mapped. No, 9092 to 29092. Yeah. Hold on. Where are you? Dot services down. Kafka. Why is that now doing that? That's weird. So if I understand it correctly, this is binding to 9092 on localhost. So that when I request it for localhost, which is I'm doing remotely, it's fine. But when it's doing it internally, it's going to communicate on 29092. So that should be 29092. I believe. There you go. Yeah. So that's did I just reset everything? I probably just reset everything. Yeah, I brought everything down. Yeah, we gotta go. Yeah, we gotta go. We can read. More importantly, thank you very much, Merlin. Appreciate it. How do? Just a quick drop by. Dr. Dynamite, welcome. How's it going? Okay, so now I do need to recreate those topics because this application will fall on its face if those topics don't exist. Again, I'm not going to make my application create the topics because that's just not a good practice. But now we can do this. Liquid sky dot tenants. Waiting for Friday work day to end. How are y'all today? I'm good. I have the day off work. It's 20 to 8 in the morning for me. Yeah. So for those who don't know, I might have an slightly English accent, but I am in the US, so I'm not on. Glad I could help. Anyway, I need to move on. Have a great time. Maybe we see each other later. Yeah, Merlin, thank you very much for the assist here. Really do appreciate it. May the rest of your day be productive. Liquid Sky Tenants, I think it is. I need to kind of figure out a good way of organizing these things as well. Tenant users. I need to kind of figure out a documentation scheme for where I'm going to put those in the long term as well, because they're going to keep biting me. Create. So even though I'm creating them this way, liquid guy dot tenant users with the default partition and replication factor, it's still a good practice to do that when working with Kafka. I feel because we got tenants, tenant users, planning items. Yeah, because you can make Kafka create topics, but it will always create them with whatever defaults you've got set, and then you're not controlling that when you're configuring it. I wish I was off today. I'm making database seeders and factories. Mind numbing is an understatement. Oof. Yeah. Okay, so that's the Merlin. We have a more usable UI for Kafka. I close that down at this point. So I have a bug. Well, I don't have a bug. I have missing data, but it does mean that I'm going to have to do something drastic. And it kind of goes. It's more of a discussion point and something that you have to kind of keep in mind when you're doing something like I'm doing here. I have now a lot of moving parts. And I have, my data comes in through the gateway, goes into the APIs. It goes, so if I create a ticket view over here, a planning item view, tenants, all those different things I can create. They go through the API. They get handled out to their own components. So I saw a post by Milan Jovanovic today. Community. And it kind of comes at a good time. So, talking about the modular monolith, right? I don't know if this image has any larger. No, it doesn't. But ultimately, here, bookings, disputes, notifications, talking about breaking these up into actual components with public APIs. So this should look familiar, right? This is it's kind of funny because pretty much everything I've done recently, Milan has had an article about very, very close in time to what we've been talking about. So it's kind of like documenting my thoughts in real time. I'm not saying he's actually doing that, but yeah. But either way, we got the ticketing, planning, tenant management. So we got all these components, right? And now these have their own database. No, I'm not. I wasn't trying to suggest that. I was. It just, again, this is the sort of stuff that goes on. In a lot, you're always thinking about ways to do things. You're thinking about ways to lay things out, and a lot of times you're stopped by, is that the right way? Is that the wrong way? And in reality, a lot of us do the same things, so it's kind of interesting. Sorry, that line's bugging me. That line's bugging. They're all crooked. So maybe your eyes don't do that, guy. Maybe. So where I'm going here is, apart from tinkering with design at the same time, is there are all these components, and they all produce data into their own database, and then they produce that information to Kafka, and then that information goes to Kafka, right? Now, I've got a need to add more data. I've got a need to add created data. So what I've missed here is when I do my planning item. When I create a planning item, right, I add the planning item, and then in here, when I create it, I publish a domain event, planning item created. That planning item created goes right now to publishing a notification. Well, that notification doesn't actually track the when the planning item was created, which is actually kind of a key piece of information as well. It captures a review date, but it doesn't capture that. So they added equals planning item dot they added. I have the information, I just don't publish that information. So now I can fix that, but all my other data is broken. And this is, I'm not saying I have an answer for this, by the way. What I'm saying is this is something you have to consider when you're doing this sort of thing. Is now what do we do, right? Now I have the luxury if I can wipe everything out at this point. At this point in dev, I can wipe everything out. But at some point in the near future, what I'm going to have to do is consider what does it mean to migrate data or catch up data or whatever. So this database, this view database here is, what's the word? I'm not thinking of this. It's never a source of truth, right? All it is a source of information. The sources of truth are the individual things that produce data to it. So this is completely recreatable, or should be totally recreatable, because all the data exists in the other databases. Hey, Janikas, how you doing? Good morning. So at this point, I have the luxury of, I can wipe all 4 databases out and run the scripts and recreate them once I've remembered to do a minor change, right? Um, but yeah, public date time, date added. But if you're doing this sort of stuff, you have to consider what happens when your data changes. Now, what I think is going to happen is I'm going to have to, when I create a new object, I'm going to have to create something that will kind of, do I mean ETL? It will take the objects in the database and transform them into a message topic style that I can then use to import off of. And I have had some success with doing it that way before. So what you do is you kind of create a I don't know how it exists necessarily, but what I might end up doing is creating some sort of, is it ETL? Is that the right acronym I'm thinking of? Extract, transform, load, yeah. So an extraction tool on this side with a transform to JSON or to some common message format, whatever, it doesn't really matter there. Create a transform for every single thing that would allow me to say, okay, go and publish information to a file or whatever. And then on here, an import tool that will then take that data and import it. And then any system I create has to have that same import tool for its schema. That is the only way I can think of catching data up. So if I add a field or I change the schema of the objects that I'm publishing, I have to catch up the rest of the data. So being able to say, hey, this data needs exporting and re-importing is going to be crucial. And treating that as, as a first class citizen in the application stack as a whole is going to be necessary, I think. I don't know of any other pattern or any other way of doing that at this point. You can't rely upon Kafka because you can't just clean out Kafka and republish. That's not the way that works. Again, you have to have all the points updated in time for that. So yeah, we'll see. But for right now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go drop, 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 drop. Close all tabs. Drop. And again, what I'm doing here is I'm using this as a reason to test how robust my scripts are. If I'm missing pieces, I'd rather find them now. Same way as I handle exceptions, right? I'd rather find them now while I'm developing things than I would later. So the more I test myself and the more I test my own deployment techniques and build techniques, etc., the more likely I am to overcome any challenges there. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to standardize here a little bit. So edit, rename 001 DB. Did I do 000 or did 001? Let's do 000. Makes sense. First the database, then the scripts. Means I'm going to show a lot of changes for no reason, but it's fine. Okay, that's that. That's that. Teams we're not worried about right now. That should create that. Create that. That should create that. And then in view here, for planning items, we want date added. Right. While I'm at it, do I want updated? Right now I'm not going to publish anything, but I should do. Yeah. Last updated. Date time. That is nullable. And then over here, planning application, subscribers, publishing integration. Last updated equals planning item dot dated. Actually, those two pieces of information, just from a structural standpoint, go down there. And although that's a date, it doesn't necessarily make sense to just to clump the dates together. That will always publish that now. So this is planning item created. If I have a notification for planning item updated, it will be a separate thing. So we'll look at that later. Right now we don't have that flow in place, so yeah. So let's go and create the scripts. So let's make sure. So use LS tenant management. So this piece here doesn't go there. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, so we can go here, grab these scripts, go here, paste them in there. Did I not add last update? Hold on. Did I not have updated user on there? No, I don't track it, do I? Huh. So this does actually come round on a topic that I have been thinking about. The way that I'm publishing this information, the way that I produce this information, disconnects from who did it, right? Um, so this I'm capturing the created user, right? Because that's part of the creation process. Um, and that just so happens to be the user making this request, but these have no concept of who is doing something, right? So when I do an update, I'm gonna have to pass in updated by user ID. Sorry, just checking out something. Um, hmm. I'm kind of considering what it means to do that. Well, by virtue of publishing the information to Kafka, if I want an area to have an audit, I could actually create an auditing area. I'm going to head out. I need a dev break. Laurel, thank you very much for hanging out. Hope your project's been going well. And, maybe you'll share it, a review of it sometime. Love to see what you've achieved. So yeah, see you around. Thank you. But auditing can come separate, right? The view doesn't need to know about the audit, right? Not necessarily. I could produce the audit as a separate history or whatever. So I don't need to worry about tracking users who updated things here. So I suppose if I have, it just means that from a design perspective, it feels a little janky because I'm going to have to put, when I do update planning item or whatever, I'm going to have to put updated by user on the update. Because the application layer has no user context. It doesn't know anything. So, and again, because of the disconnected nature of the notifications, this goes to an outbox. It doesn't actually get created in the same session or the same request. So I don't know, once I publish it, once I go to this phase, I'm disconnected from a user here. So I have no idea there's no user invoking this command. But it is something I've considered because it is a challenge. But if I track last updated by as an actual field, then I will always have a need for setting it. The problem is the pattern. So if I go into planning item, I've got to assign user, right? So if I assign the user, that's done. But hold on, who assigned the user? So now do I need to do GUID assigned by user identifier, right? And then this also needs to publish more information here. So I've got to figure out what that use case, what that flow looks like. Because then what if I change the title as well, right? Public void update, update title and description. Right, so yeah, these events have to go with who's doing them. What would I want that to look like? Because ultimately, if I'm changing things about the planning item, the idea would be that if it needs to tell other things about it, right, then I have to I'm going to publish domain events, and that's just the pattern that I'm going to end up in, right? Now, reassignment and on the planning item right now, the review date Remove review date is an action. Oh, update review date. Okay. That would publish an event. The huh. Like, I'm not prevented from doing anything, right? I'm not prevented from changing anything here, right? Tickets actually does have some of the code for the update that will get removed eventually, right? Update support ticket. So here's a better indicator of the pattern, right? Of the challenge. So what I did here is, okay, well, update the details, right? Assign the user, right? And this will just set the current assigned user. So if that was null or it's the same, etc., this could deal with that. Mark as promoted was another event, etc. But again, all of these things, some of these things necessarily, not all of them, will have context of a user. So each of these events is going to trigger something. Now, in this case, I'm not doing anything with these events, but thinking about it now, like, oh well, I kind of need context. And all of these events happening in short form are may or may not be performed by a certain user. Because I could have the system do certain things as well, in which case then there's no updated by user unless I create a system user, which is an entirely different challenge, right? So, um, not the rabbit hole I wanted to go down, but it's definitely worth as a thought experiment. Like, what does this actually do? Because update details right now, I'm tracking last updated, but again, that should trigger something, right? Right, it can be the app doing things, a manager doing things, or the owner doing things. Yeah. Um, but one or more of these things may or may not happen, right? The status is not null, right? If the status has changed, then we want to publish the ticket status has changed, right? So that's just a translation, but ultimately it changes the status of the ticket. Um, hmm. Because it's kind of like I want to do this, right? Um, Something like that, right? And then this is, something like that where everything gets context of who's doing it. But again, I don't have that because I have to pass that in to the command to know that. So the the handler itself has no idea who is doing this. Right, because individual things trigger different things, right? If the review date changes, that might actually, that's an event unto itself. I might not actually, it might not just be an integration event, that, right? That might be something else triggers, right? Um, if the details change, then I might publish the object again. Now, one way of doing this would be to say, okay, well, these are just changes, and um, no, that doesn't work either. It's challenging. Oh wow, I just run right through the ad break. No. Then they're agnostic of HTTP. So I'm not passing HTTP context into these, because the idea these are used from consumers as much as they're used from the web as well. So the consumers call these application handlers as well. So it's not the right direction to make these HTTP context aware. So I'm going to have to pass in who's doing a thing if I want to track who's doing a thing. Yeah, it has to go in the command. Um, so right now, if I update the details and publish an event, I assign the user, I publish an event, and I update the review date. Right. I'm trying to think about these as they are they atomic actions, right? Because again, right now the ticket system isn't doing everything, right? But the these commands publish, these notifications happen. The 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 object is going to get published 3 times, 4 times, etc. So I'm going to have to debounce that in some way, shape, or form as well. Or maybe not, because it doesn't really matter whichever one's in last is going to be the, yeah. Maybe you can do an auditable command with those fields and methods to guard if not set when handled. Yeah. So part of the things that's hurting me as well is the fact that if I was not outboxing these things, right? So I'm disconnecting the processing of these events, these domain events, from the actual publishing of them, right? So if I wasn't doing that and I was relying upon them being in process, then I could inject the concept of a user into the publisher and inject that into that event. So each event would get with it who did it. Um, but again, I think we need to be more explicit about it. Um, oh dear. Now, yeah. Now, one way of doing this would be, instead of having this as an actual, just an application command, um, to do it right, create a domain service which applies the changes and then publishes the event, and that domain service would actually know who is doing it because we'd invoke it with that command again. I mean, that just moves the logic somewhere else. That doesn't necessarily change anything specifically. Just trying to think about how would I do this. Again, I want to roll up these events so that they actually don't end up. Actually, none of these events would actually do anything right this second. The idea being that if the review date changes, I could actually publish a separate to a Kafka topic that is a review date, right? Notification. Rotstone, how you doing? Good day. So I can do different things based upon these things. It's not always going to be publishing an integration event, right? This internally might do something different as well based upon that event happening. Maybe there's a different process that kicks off, or maybe there's a calculation that needs to be run, etc. So that's why these events are happening. They don't all necessarily need to be republishing, but again, they should do, right? Everything should trigger but hold on. So this would be ticket was updated, right? And that would be the main event. Okay. Period. Ticket identifier. Have I got around that yet? No. Period identifier. Period updated by user ID. Domain event. Public period identifier. Period. I can technically be a record. Saying it's a record means it's immutable, but I can't change anything anyway, so it doesn't really make a difference. Oh, that wants to be now that and that. That's why. Okay. Let's just leave it as that for now. I like that design. So the reason I'm doing this is I'm just trying to think through what I want to see, which is a common way for me to do this, right? So update update ticket domain. So this would take an I repository of ticket repository and public. Let's go with that. And then this functionality right, this would be a and the command would require period modified by user identifier. Now this would become part of the domain service. You'll see those methods by Manus in a second. I've got to make sure I'm consistent on some of this stuff. Update ticket int ID. Then in here, let's just put this code for right this second. know it's wrong. I know there's more to do it, but service dot update ticket async command ID. So the benefit of this is so you can see the validators attached here, right? So this validator will actually make sure this information is correct. So there is a layer here. Then this service, right, will do its thing, but it will eventually do iPublisher publisher.publish. Actually, we need identification. Publisher. But this in here is, it's okay for this to publish the events, right? So this is a new ticket was updated. Right? And that will and then again this would take updated by user ID period. Actually, action ticket modification period modified by user ID cancellation token. Ticket equals. We'll get that afterwards. Sorry, this is gonna bug me until I get it working. So I apologize. Oh, what did I do there? How the heck did I copy all that in there? So here's the thing. What we do is remove that. Then we do modification ticket. And then we do modified by user ID there. And then back here, what we do is we do ticket goes to that. Then we're passing command.modified by user identifier and cancellation token. So the behavior lands in here still. So we're when we're doing the update ticket, these are the things we do in an update ticket, right? The domain service is literally responsible for loading the ticket, handing it into our modification method, right? This might be kind of janky, I don't know, but let's go with it. And then it will publish the ticket was updated. So then it knows who did it, right? Now, these individual events that happen in here are really just for the system to respond to anyway. I'm not going to create a ticket in this way. But this way, if I create another handle that needs to update the ticket, I can be consistent about that behavior, right? So I can say, okay, well, here's the things that this handle needs to do, and understand that these events in here, add domain event. This would be new ticket was assigned, right? These again are events that this system can react to. So there might be other actions within this domain that need to happen on these events, and I'll have to do a review of the actual events that need to happen. But ultimately, let's go specifications, ticket by ID spec. Let's copy these for right a second because they're uh, I'm not sure if our Dallas results should come back up here, but let's just do that for right now. Return false. Return true. Yeah, so these events that are happening in here aren't going to be ticket was assigned. Good ticket identifier. Let's just do that for right a second. Public GUID identifier. Morning Apex, how you doing? Does this work for me? I'm gonna remove them for right a second. What are you complaining about? That's ticket. Ah, ticket was assigned. Oh, this identifier. I had the stream muted. Whoops. I'm good. I'm just trying to think through a design challenge with the way that code has been written so far. Trying to kind of validate that things are going to do what I want them to do. So Junikus raised the idea that I need to know who updated something. Now, I only need to capture on the right side of the data the last updated user. I don't need to track the history on this side. That's fine. But we're kind of going through what happens when I have multiple things that need to be wrapped up. And we're just trying to see if we could create an answer for that. So what would happen is, from this perspective, when I update this thing, I'm going to need user.get user identifier. That's going to be my modified user, right? So now that's going to feed that in to here. In here, I'm going to call update ticket async with a command for the ticket ID, and then I'm going to create an action method that will do the things it needs to do against the ticket. Right? It will change the state of the ticket. So this is kind of a modifier, right? The modification. And then in here, once we validate we can get the ticket, we'll create a modification, and then we'll publish that the ticket was updated. Then we'll save that to its repository, and we're good. That way we only inject the domain service in here, and it does the things. Now it's okay for the domain service to publish events, right? That's kind of why it's a domain service, right? It lives over here in the service, in the domain services, that they can do that. But I think that's my answer for how I'm going to do that, Unicus. For now. But it does depend on the fact that this update is going to publish the one event that's going to be for integration, essentially. All the other events that can happen in here are really just an audit right now. They could still publish to Kafka events that happened, but I think that's a different feed and that's a different usage. But Hey, Apex, I meant to ask, how's the game stuff coming along? I assume you've just been busy with work, 'cause I haven't seen you start a stream, but that doesn't mean you haven't. Um, I just wanted to know how's that going along? Or are you just so busy with work stuff? The game stuff is going all right. I've been onboarding two other friends to help with it. Nice, nice. That's always a challenge. Getting other people involved with projects is hard, especially when everyone has lives and things like that. So how do I feel about that pattern? Any thoughts from anyone else that feel reasonable? Now, if there was a system update, then if there's a system update and tickets is yeah, yeah, work stuff has been difficult too. I do need to get the streams going again. Yeah, well, that should be low on your priority list. But yeah, look, dogs quickly. Yep. Um, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take the chance to take a quick break as well. I'm around for longer today, so I don't have to panic about time. Um, so I will be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I picked up some co-workers along the way, so if you hear noise, they are wandering around a bit. I may need to keep an eye on them. They chew everything, so it's a little difficult. Okay. So I think it's a feasible answer for right this second as to how I might approach that challenge. I think it's worth adding in. Thank you for the welcome back. Come on, lie down. I've been trying to test them on seeing if they'll be patient while I'm streaming, so they can come and hang out with me all the time, and then they're not left alone. But they do better when they're just lying on the sofa without chewing everything. So I think adding in to the starting point, right? Adding in the updated by user right now doesn't really change. I don't have that path, so what I will do. Oh no, this is going to be challenging. Unit tests. This is why you don't just go and change all this stuff. let me do this. I'm going to revert the change to that. Command. I'm not going to roll back the piece on the other side. I'm going to remove that for right a second. I am going to leave the domain service in place. But being that I'm not doing it right now, there's no harm, and I'm just going to make my life miserable trying to chase tickets, endpoint tickets. Let's roll back that one so it's perfectly as it was. This is because the tickets domain, the services specifications ticket by ID spec. Now are you confused? Yeah. So let's remove. Let's refactor. I renamespaced it. So how are you? How is that ambiguous? Because I've just. Actually, there is a get by ID anyway. So actually, if you're using an ID column, it has a get by ID, so you don't need a specification there, which makes more sense. Okay, so that leaves me back at where I was with the command for right this second, but the structure is in place for me to do that later, so I can refer back to this. Okay. And again, that will still work because the notification publisher is what I'm using, so it's still hooked into the sorry, I realized my phone was on not silent. It's still hooked into the transaction, so it will roll back if it needs to. Hello, bud. Hello. I'm gonna need a dog cam eventually, aren't I? I'm gonna end up with one as well. Okay, so let's move on with the planning. So right now, I don't need updated by user ID. I'm gonna leave that alone, right? I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna come back around on that when I need to do the update, because right now I don't have the update in Flow. So let's do this. Let's go back here. Did I actually create this yet? No, I didn't. Okay, so let's go and start creating our databases again. So planning items needs to be created. So we're going to run that. Tenant management needs to be created. We're going to run that. Tickets. We do need tickets there right this second. Let's because again there is APIs and stuff that hook up to it, so we do need them. And then finally the view. Now I'm going to go over here to the screen and bring up all 0 so I can clear out. Ladies, going to the office now. Okay, see you in a little bit. Maybe. Yeah, stream today is going to be longer, so that's why I'm not really worried about the time right now. I'm kind of taking my time with this. Day off work. Awesome. Okay, do that. Do that. Do that. Just going through removing the users from all 0. I'm going to start using developer mail. As I have suffered the consequences of someone emailing me directly. I'm going to try and be more rigorous about that. Okay, so now I have empty databases. I have an application that should build. And let's bring up developer mail. The developer mail, if it's working, is a service that just runs as a temporary email inbox. So it kind of sets up just a random email box, and I assume it can follow all the same rules. So yeah, glad you're able to feel like you can take your time with it. I'd encourage you to remember how this feels and recall it for each stream. You can take your time with it during your normal stream life too. I encourage you to help keep this project feeling fun to you, less of the bad kind of stress. Good morning. This is the first thing I'm typing. Morning, one line. Yeah. I'm not. Obviously, streaming adds a little bit of like a push to making visible progress. And I'm not trying to rush through a design for certain. That's something I do want to think more about. But yeah, it's taking my time is this application is not going to benefit if I start rushing and making quick decisions. I realize that. So, but thank you very much for the support. I appreciate that. So let's so like right now my focus, what I want my focus to be on is primarily on the use cases of the UI, right? I want to go through this and build this out, not as a final form, but more that I've got the data in place and I've got the tooling in place to understand how I'm using signal stores and how I'm going to update data and add data, etc. So, and if you didn't see, by the way, I did kind of get the user drop down working, and it works with filtering and everything there. So I did get it functional, and I actually replaced the one on the sign up screen, which we'll see shortly. So Anyway, let's log out of that because that application is completely done. Let's run the full stack. Okay, lie down, bud. You want a cookie? Hey, good boy. Come on, you. Taylor's a little less trusting and sometimes she just sits there and tilts her head. Your cookie? Good girl. Okay, so we can start that up. So all I've got over here on the other screen is developer mail. So I'm going to now go into the application. We're going to register. We're going to register Anna Andrews. And then we're going to do that email. And our password is going to be, as always, our sheepish 4A. You'd think I'd know that by now. Andrews LLC, 123 Main Street, Hoboken, New Jersey. So I'm not validating state. I'm not validating postal code. I have no idea if that's the. But here we go. Here's the new control. So now this should filter, so I can use that more effectively, which is nice. Ultimately, all I'm storing there is US, by the way, so it doesn't really matter what this says. Now when I register, so I need to put in a loading spinner, and I need to put in an overlay there because you could click the buttons. Things should be kicking into life. Let's see. Did that error? Registration failed. Network. Register 404. 7285. Did I not start the... Is the gateway not started? Debug, services. Gateway started. Let's close that one down. Yes. Localhost. 8080. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice UI. Yeah. Okay. 404. Were you not ready? Is that the problem? Nope. It's come back 404 straight away. So 7285 should be the gateway. API gateway. Debug output. Long since useless. 7285. Okay, so. Oh. Oh, I know why. I know why. I know why. I know why. So. When you Docker compose down, you end up with empty systems. So if I go to Ocelot, which is on localhost 8500, then my bet is that my key value is not right. And that is correct, because it's recreated it. So when it starts up, it will try and build it. So I'm just going to paste that in. All I'm doing is pasting that into Ocelot, right? So now I should be able to go back here and hit register. Okay. Let's figure this out. So I've fallen foul of the same problem again, which now is an indicator to me that I have a gap in my deployment that is not so much unforgivable as risky, and I will fall foul of it every single time, right? So I'm using a technology that I have built as a separate library. It does not have its own initialization script. Should it have its own initialization script? Probably so. And how do I do that? So let's go and look at that first. Let's fix that problem. So we can stop running for now. We're getting out of that one. That's not happening. I love how this just stays up as well. Using WebStorm for doing the Angular development was definitely a solid move, accepting that, you know, the disconnected systems. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to open. Oh, I do a lot of stuff. Oh dear. Mediator.outbox. New window. Okay. So this is the outbox. And this is a SQL Server implementation of it. Right. So what this does is this provides an interface for saying, and it looks like the standard mediator publisher, but it's called I just referred to it as a notification publisher. And what it does is when you do the publish, it actually stores the message in memory by default, which is good for testing. But otherwise, you can I've created a SQL Server implementation of it. Now, what's happening is what's happening. Baguette. What's happening is when this starts up, it doesn't create its data structure. Sorry if I keep looking around. I do apologize, but it's I want the dogs to be comfortable. I want them to be able to roam around, but I also get very disturbed by the constant movements. One of my quirks, I suppose. Yeah, it's so my apologies if I keep looking around and paying attention to them. So the SQL Server outbox implementation needs a table, and it creates this table in the data table in the database that it's going to work in, right? So when I add it, realistically, what I want to do is I want to kind of migrate. But I don't create migrations for it. Slight, or possibly not so slight, HSP. I think even I type twins with many of the same quirks. It's weird to watch it happening from the outside. Yeah, I I've never had any sort of assessment of anything. So, but yeah. Um, but yeah, like I can't deal with the constant movement, but in the same, I don't want them to be all locked up in a in an area that they're just sleeping in if they want to be adventurous and move around. So I'm battling that. But anyway, so if I create a migration for this, maybe I can do an ensure created to make sure the table's there. Let's try and build that out because it would be useful, and this is a library that is shared, by the way. This is an open source piece so that you could, if you wanted to use this with Mediator, you can do. So yeah, let's add migration now. Hmm. The problem here is I don't have a database connection to build a migration off. So, well, this won't just build a migration for the sake of building a migration. You need a database connection to actually build a migration off of. I don't have. See, I have the script, so I can use the script. That's not the problem. The idea is that this will bind. What I wanted to do is make it a more dynamic table name, so you can actually defer. You can actually set what it is because um, the Kafka piece has its own. Well, it's not a migration right now. That's what I'm thinking. If I have a migration, I could do an ensure created, and then the database will be there. But I couldn't actually find a good pattern for. I couldn't find a good pattern for how you create a database table when you're doing a NuGet package. Because this is actually published on NuGet as well, by the way. This is available. And this one I am using. The Kafka stuff I'm not using my library for yet. But what is the right way? Because here's what I'm thinking, right? What I'd like to do is something like this, where I'd say string. Actually, no, I'd like to do. I like to do a version of that that is string the collection table name. Yeah, but I can't do that, can it? No, because that's not configuring. I'm worrying about two problems at the same time there. First problem, how do I run the script? You can use .NET migration and specify connection string. It would be up to the consumer of the library to use EF to either update database or the one that's using the program CS to ensure the DB is created and migration is applied. Yeah, so what I'd like to do is basically ensure created on this. That's what I'm looking at. Do I defer that for right now? I want to fix this, but in the same, this is a really minor thing, but it's going to keep biting me if I don't do it. And again, my deployment process, like I said, is something that you really should kind of test throughout the development of your application. You should make sure yeah. I must drop. Have a good stream. I'll lurk without the door. Apex, thank you very much. Have a great day. I got time. I got time. Hmm. Let's have a look. Let's see. Where are you? Gemini. Gemini was just updated. Thank you. New chat. How do you, if I am deploying a package that requires a database table to exist, what methods do have available to I bet it's going to tell me to use ensure created if it finds that question even meaningful. Again, learning how to write prompts. You need a connection string in the first place to do that part. Use migrate database in configure. Huh. Automatic migration in your application startup code. Use the migrate database extension method on the DB context instance. That would be a way of deploying. Oh, hold on. So if I can create a migration, which is next to impossible in so integration. Hold on. Add new project. Source tests. Mediator. TBD develop. Mediator. Outbox. .SQL server. Integrate. Tests. And the reason I'm going to create a web API. Okay, I'm going to be right back. 1 second. Okay, my apologies. I want to provide an industry standard answer, but all my DB projects are specific to my work product. The team uses the migration projects in the database repo they need to work with for the app they work on to create the DB on their dev machine. That said, this information on applying migrations from code if you want to apply migrations when, for example, you inject the service and it is instantiated. Thank you very much. Database migrate, yep. Yeah, I think we could piece this together. Use migrations endpoint, which is the one that shows the page to apply the migrations. Gotcha. Yeah. So let's test this. I want to see if this will work with a SQLite database as well, because oh no, because I'm gonna have to use SQL Server. I've got it set to use SQL Server there. Oh. Got the Houdini of the dog world, apparently. uh, So I have two options. I either stop the stream and just pay attention to them more, or kind of let them go and settle, play them some music, and then take them for a big walk after we're finished. So I'd like to get this done and progress made, which is because otherwise it's going to bug me and I don't have time later in the day. So I only need this for the purpose of testing. No worries. I want to keep continuity. We're going to look at something that I think might help. It's new technology time. For me, new technology. Come on. Don't go. I like that you protect my privacy a little bit more than other browsers, but you are slow. We're going to look at test containers. So I think we can build a test container and verify the migration and then have it just shut down. I wonder if this is possible. I haven't used test containers yet, and I've been looking at them for integration testing. But this is the perfect case, right? Where, and again, if you check out this project, I'd have to put a big README on here. This test only runs if you've got Docker installed. But you could validate this behavior. Because what we can do is we can set a connection string in here, have the test container test containers have the test container bring up the database, and then it disappears after it's finished. Why is there no SQL Server one? No. Oh, MS SQL. .NET Standard 2 as well. That's about as compatible as it can be, isn't it? Scroll through list. Didn't look at second result in list. Okay. We'll ignore that. So let's remove. I mean, the endpoint doesn't really matter, but all that really matters here is this part. We're going to bring it up. Actually, this doesn't need to be a web app at all. This probably shouldn't be a web app. Let's delete this. We can make it as a console application and still do the injection like it's going to be a service. We just put hosting in it. What? Oh, I didn't check the pods to remove. Tests. Okay. Try that again. Okay. So we do that again. Test containers, MS SQL. So what we do is we start a new hosted service. We run it, and because there's no background task, it's going to end immediately. But we can, before we do that, we can query the database and validate the note, so we can try and insert and then a query out of the DB context, and it should work, and then the container should go away. So let's do extensions.hosting. So I'm working completely theoretically here. I've never done this. I've never looked at this. I haven't tinkered with this off stream. So we're going to just make it up as we go along at this point. Var builder equals default application builder. No. Host builder dot create. Isn't that what you've always done? Make it up. Yeah, kind of suppose. var app equals builder dot build app dot run async. Right. So we're going to do that. Right. So now why do we do test containers? Because everything I've seen in test containers code looks like, there you go. It just works. Right. Examples, running inside another container. Quick question, does the test containers have a package for the world's most widely used DB? The world's most widely used DB. Troll. There's all the modules it supports. There you go. Kafka. So I can, if I get this working, what I can do is I could actually replicate a component of my system and validate everything. RabbitMQ. So learning here is important. Learn. In .NET, most of them exist. So yeah, Kafka, MS SQL. So let's have a look. So how do we use this? So I'd imagine what we do is we do something like that, right? Because our context, so services.add mediator outbots, right? Reference the project, add outbots monitoring, use SQL Server outbots. right? We'll worry about this in a second. So, outbox monitoring. Why don't you work? I don't think that matters. Ultimately, all I'm trying to see is if I can get the actual database to create. So it doesn't really. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to get this database. MS SQL container dot. So I suppose nothing's stopping me from doing that, and then doing that here, right? Still not seeing the best DB in that list. Excel 97. That's a Captain Commerce thing, right? Or, do I mean Captain Commerce? Yeah, Captain Commerce. I doubt myself because I think of the Captain Coder and then. Well, that's where I see that most. Memes are not my my thing. Yeah. Why does? Okay. I clicked on the YouTube stream to check on it to see the no viewers, and it was showing the getting started screen. Yeah. Okay, so we start that up. We run the SQL Server outbots. So what this does is it registers this and starts it has a pool. Then outbots publisher extensions. So what I'm thinking is what we need is we need an app dot use mediator outbots, and this method because right now that isn't going to run the migration because this is in configuration. Words are hard and I'm distracted. I get it. It's all good. No criticism here. So if we look at what Gemini told us before, which is actually very similar, right? They're saying app.use migrate database. So we kind of need to make that happen, right? But we don't have. The problem is this library doesn't necessarily know about this library. Mediator, use SQL Server outbots. This mediator outbots configuration builder. That's this, right? Look at this. I even added comments on this code. I actually tried to do the good thing and document. Like that is unheard of for me. I don't like writing comments. Even stuff like that when I think it should be pretty obvious, but so outbots monitoring configuration builder. Add mediator outbots. This starts the builder. Design. This gives me an I host, which is the app. Where else do I do this? There's somewhere else I actually ended up doing an extension for use. which one it is. Might be the is it the actually it's not mediator sagas, I don't think. Source sagas, service collection, add sagas. No, it's not there. I did hear when you gave your thoughts and comments. It was the first topic I found where we had different opinions. I agree with some of what you said, but still had other thoughts on when it's appropriate to comment. Yeah, I mean, like I hold a strong opinion on comments so that I don't just use comments. It's kind of a self-fulfilling, a self-strengthening, I suppose, in that I I deliberately avoid doing them so that when I do need them, I use them appropriately. I do realize comments are not avoidable. No. We can differ. That's not, we do not have to agree on everything. In a world where everyone agrees with each other, we would be very bored. Different experience, different approaches to how we write software is going to mean that that's how we treat things, right? I look at some people's code and I'm like, it's just full of comments and whatever helps you make the code is fine. I just feel that I've seen too much. I've seen too often, I suppose, the consequences of having useless comments, right? So maybe I've been hurt more by the bad comments. So, I mean, as DBs go, Excel is remotely possible. I heard somebody that wanted to use Calendar as a DB for events. Each to their own. Infrastructure. Use SQL Server. There we go. So I have done this pattern before. But no, that's on site. That's not that. It's not that. That's not what I'm thinking of. No, it's not there. Maybe it's my Kafka stuff. Kafka extensions might do it. This is one of the thoughts I agree with. When I started off and learned about the task list in Visual Studio, I did a lot of to-do stuff to do, but those ended up staying in code even after I did the to-do. I'm not using task. Yeah, in Rider, it's got the to-do, and it'll search through all your app code, but yeah. And maybe it's my comfort level with jumping back and forth between code. Maybe it's the way I write code that I feel confident that I can go and find what I need later quickly and identify what I need to fix. There's all sorts of reasons why, but I just don't like. It's funny. I was looking at Exocamil last night. Was doing Angular. What's it called? What's the framework? The one I was going to use, and I'm glad I didn't now. Whatever the meta framework that I was going to use for Angular was. And I was like, hold on. Your CSS, your code, and your markup are all in the same page. He's like, yeah, that's this way. And I was like, nope. Can't do that. Nope. Glad I didn't use it. But and the same with when you saw me doing Blazor, right? The first thing I was trying to do is figure out how to get the code away from the markup. It's just some maybe it's just the way I like to code is just I like to break those concerns up. So maybe it's the same thing with the comments. Maybe I've seen too many cases where they're just visual clutter that don't add value to what I'm doing. So again, I'm not saying comments are bad. I'm just saying you should stop and say, why do I need to comment? It's also a solo dev mentality. Comments aren't necessarily for you, but for other devs that need to read through your code, since we can't be sure that every dev could read code and translate it directly to natural language, it's nice to have natural language comments for them to parse easier. Yeah, and if I'm writing a code base that is going to be, I can do it, right? If I'm going to write a code base that is going to be for people that may not be as comfortable with that code, then yeah, comments are a good way, right? But I don't find, if I go to write a piece of code, and I gotta figure out how to refer to you. YouTube. How should I call you? Because it looks like Unmegan, but I'm not going to try and be rude and say that that's your name. So if you want to give me a name to use, that would be helpful. What resources do you recommend for a beginner if I want to learn .NET Core Web API well? The Microsoft stuff is actually pretty good. It's very hard for me to go back to beginner. So resources for that are going to be a little bit different. But the minimal API documentation on Microsoft, we kind of gone over this a couple of weeks ago because it's because I've been doing this for so long, it's actually very difficult for me to put myself in the mindset of someone who's starting out. So the information I give may not be helpful. I don't. Are you new to C#? Are you new to just doing APIs? Is the question. You're new to. Oh. If you're new to C# in general, then Fritz has C# on the cards, right? In the cards. Which will give you some coding in C# help. But if you're just new to if you're just new to using the APIs, then yeah. And hold on. YouTube.com .NET. Oh, you're not a VP yet? VIP yet, Mr. Jones? Ouch. Can you give me the titles? I'm not sure I want to give you the ability to post too many links. The playlists. There you go. So maybe these are also useful. You're always welcome to go and look at the videos, and come back and ask questions as well. So and the Discord is there if you want to use that as well. I'm always happy to try and answer more specific questions. Yeah, I need to. I think. But yeah, comments. Just coming back on that, I didn't want to ignore the YouTube comment. And I do apologize. Like, I don't have any way to. I'd like to be able to say a name. So if you let me know how to refer to you, that would be helpful. So like here, let's go into add planning item. Right. I don't see the value in commenting that sort of stuff, right? Where, again, this is pretty standard. If you're a new developer coming into this stack, you shouldn't be looking at this code unattended anyway, right? You should be getting some guidance on how things are working. And again, there's a pattern here to follow, right? So we say, hey, add planning item, and there's a command and there's a handover. There's a pattern there that should be followed. So if I'm bringing a junior developer into this, they're not going in here alone. They shouldn't go in here alone because it's not fair, right? This is not an easy stack to just drop in. So if I'm building this sort of application, right, I shouldn't have to worry about who comes down the line when I'm commenting, right? Because I've seen too much of this. Right? I have seen so much of that throughout my career, and it drives me nuts because it's just visual noise. Because it doesn't benefit you if you once you understand what this does, right? It's just fluff, and I've seen so much of that. So I do hold pretty hard on the comments. It does make me stop and think of why do I need a comment there, right? And I do have that more inclusive approach to if people want to, like, let's say I open up the invite to say, hey, if you want to come and work on this platform with me, I am more than happy to accept some help, right? My entire development path changes. My entire approach to stories changes. Everything changes because I'm now accommodating another person. You can do it. um, yeah, we're still going to actually finish up the last PR and decide what. I think we got it working generally. Um, we just need to tidy some stuff up and then we can close that PR, right? So, but I think there was some other things in there that I wanted to review. But yeah, I'm not completely anti-comment. I'm rigorous about it because I do realize that I don't need the comments all the times. And if I read a bit of code back and it doesn't make sense, then I should change it. And I kind of hold pretty strong to that, and on because then it stops me from just, I'll do a comment there, it'll be fine, right? Um, yes, that's what I did. So in this instance, right, this makes perfect sense because you'd be using this API, right? Yeah, we did get it working, but there was some extra pieces that needed tidying up. That we'll get back to on Monday. So in this case, these are definitely useful, right? So the pattern I'm trying to apply here, by the way, is what we need to do is once we've built, we need to say, so this is kind of add, and the pattern here is use mediator outbox, right? But I need SQL Server, SQL outbox. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's like acceptable. So what I'll do is, again, the documentation here, right? I try to document those things as well. So, but once you get used to a pattern, it should be okay to work within a code base. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to do public static iHost use SQL outbox this iHost host, right? And the purpose of this is at this point, and this is kind of like, where are you? Gemini. What I'm doing is I'm trying to see how many windows I can actually have open, how many tabs and windows I can have open on my machine, um, without making it very upset. But that's actually the builder. That's not the. That might even read even better. That's not. That's not that. That is dot use SQL outbox. again, I'm thinking about the API over everything else. Can't you just use outbox pattern and not have to worry about what the provider is used? Well, because I'm doing building use SQL Server outbox here, right? So add mediator outbox is the pattern, right? So there's a pattern, and then you could do a PostgreSQL or whatever, and then you tell it which database to use. The problem is here, I need this to run to actually do the migration, so it creates the actual table. So this is what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to see if this works. I think this is outdated. Yeah. Add configuration file, app settings. What's going to go wrong here? Come back around on that. I think there's a few more challenges. So what I'm trying to use is I'm trying to use a test container to build a SQL Server instance to then run this to see if it will actually work. And that'll validate. It doesn't quite. iHost builder. Let's builder. Let's see if this works. Builder. Host dot. This is going to say use migrate database. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to work. That's old. That code's outdated. Think about it, I get your point though. But the problem is the order of who knows about what is a little out of whack there. So that doesn't know. That's not the right thing to do though. So essentially what I want to do is this would be iHost. This would be var context equals factory we don't do it that way, that's fine. Using context.ensure database.ensure created. I wonder if that's going to work. Then that goes away, that's there, and then they do dot configure SQL outbox. Now there's no migration possible, so I need a migration, but I've got a chicken and egg. That's a big problem. SQL entity framework for dot design. You need design in place to be able to do migrations. And add migration. So the migrations project is the SQL Server. That's the test. That's fine. But this won't work. This will not create a migration. Oh wow, it runs it. That's quite fascinating. Ooh. So we should see another SQL server appearing in Docker, right? There's test containers. No, that worked. That worked. Hey, Phil Snab. How you doing? Welcome. Happy Friday. I mean, that worked. That's awesome. That was exactly what I intended to happen. Okay. It didn't crash, right? So even this happened. So now what we need to do is we need to do var content var factory equals app dot services dot get required service idb context factory of outbox db context, and then using that, then var console.writeLine. So actually we should do user weight using, we should do message equals new outbox message. Why would you fill all that out and it be completely wrong? Content equals message, type equals type, date added equals date processed equals null. Add async, save changes. Are you writing stuff for integration tests? The boilerplate code for it. I am. Okay. So I don't know how much you caught of this. So I have this library for the outbots, right? I'm building Liquid Sky. I've built the application. I started the application, and my outbox is not there, right? Because I'm using this library that I've built, right? So this is a GitHub project. You can actually pull this yourself, but I have NuGet packages for this. I include them as NuGet packages, but I need SQL Server to establish the database. I don't want it to be a need for a user to have to check out the library and then not have the database table there in the application they're dealing with, right? So I needed to create the database on startup. Now, right now it's going to hard code. It's going to be notification outbots, right? But ultimately, I want to make that flexible as well. But I need to validate it. So I wanted to do a migration. We can't do a migration without having a database. But being that this is a NuGet package, I want to, or it's a GitHub library rather. These are the NuGet packages. Being that I wanted to use that, I figured, oh, let's see if I can create a test container so that I don't actually have to have a SQL Server database configured to do the migration. And then I can test the migration here. So I am doing an integration test, but for the first time, I'm trying to learn how to use test containers. So, now obviously, if I was using NUnit or something here, that would be where this would come into play, because then I'd or XUnit, whatever. Then I'd have actual tests and I'd have actual, pardon me, output. So let's have a look. So this is going to be message count. Okay, so let's run that again. Let's run this now, actually. It's kind of, I want to move in that direction. Integration test is something I want to do, right? So what we're going to do here is see that this will do the migration for us on a brand new, there you go. It worked. Now, hold on. Shouldn't that container go away? Now, I mean, it did work, so the migration ran because the data table's there. But shouldn't that go away? Huh. We have a workable integration test for it. And a migration. I don't know what I'm doing. This is crazy. So we're going to do this. Publish these. That's pretty cool. But I mean, I do want to step in the direction of doing integration tests, and using test containers is definitely something that I wanted to look at. I wasn't planning on doing them on the stream today, but the opportunity seemed to present itself, and that worked perfectly. So what we got working there was we got a migration running, and you can use it to create migrations as well, which was awesome. Even with no connection string there, it still worked. So I have no defined connection string there. It just starts up and runs. But it will run the migrations. Yeah, that's I should probably document that. Let's have a look. Processing configuration, add media, about outbox, service collection, SQL Server with without processing. So you can actually the design of this, by the way, is so that you can actually you could actually build a separate service to do the background processing if you wanted to. So you do with background processing, and then it will start running. So I didn't have that there, so all I would have done is create the outbox and had a message in there. But yeah. I identified this. There is no user tracking, so the user responsible for the events is lost if it's not part of your event. So I knew there was a problem back then, but that's still part of it. But that's not a concern of this library. That's not for me to worry about right this second. Processing configuration, SQL Server outbox without processing. The application. Once you have the application built, you need the table exists when up. You now need to call. I need to call. What do I call? I called it configure SQL outbox. Configure SQL outbox. G sharp bar app equals builder dot build app dot configure server outbox. This will Run the necessary operation. And there's a specific name for this, unfortunately, right? The second domain.outbox. Okay. So I need to now go to the command line. I built all that, yeah. So again, this library is available. If you want to tinker with this library, if you think there's better ways of doing some of this stuff, you want to learn some of it, you're more than welcome to take it and go play. cd bin release 8 ls really NuGet. The project can be packed into a package. Generate a NuGet package during the build. Choose a different path for doing this. Let's have a look. Forget. So I do publish to my local NuGet server. And I didn't for these. Okay, so I haven't published these yet. So I do publish them because maybe I didn't for this one because it was yeah, they're from NuGet. And they're on .04, so yeah. There's no changes there. Okay. Let's go back here. Need to add a little bit more. So normally I publish to my local NuGet, which is Baguette, hosted in my Docker container, because NuGet can take quite a while to update. So what must have happened is when I used these last time, I must have basically committed the code, done the build, pushed the packages, and then left them overnight and come back tomorrow. Come back the following day for the actual get the packages. So okay, let's see what we can get done here. So what I need to do now is, oh, hold on. I know why. I bet I know why. GitHub.com. Mediated outbox. Actions. Here we go. I have it configured. So I can build the library version and publish it. So yeah. So there is a full-on build pipeline for this. That's why I'm not doing it locally. But right now to test this, I kind of need to. So how do I do that? How do you do that? I never remember this command. Workflows release .NET pack. Here we go. Okay, so if I go here, up here, ls, notepad. So what I want to run is something like this. Oh, ants. I want to run this. Package version is going to be 0.0.5 pre. So I'll release as a pre-release build. And that way, when I do publish it, when I publish the change up to the main and do the build, it should allow me to replace it with the actual 0.0.5 build. Right? We'll go with that. Okay, so this now has 0.0.5 pre of that one and 0.0.5 pre of that one. So we're in here. Did I really commit a NuGet package to the repository? Am I being professional? No, I didn't. Okay. Are they set to ignore? Yes, they are. Okay. You. Okay, so we need. Oh no! That needs to be 5. Why did I not change that to 5? Okay, ls clear. Ls. Okay. So if I go to my open recent, forget. Angular connects using a REST API to the backend. Not RESTful. It does use an API when I'm doing commands. So when I'm telling it things, I'm using a regular API, an HTTP API. When I'm getting data, I'm using GraphQL. My super secret key for my local. Yeah. That makes sense, Mulvey? So what I need to do is I need to go to, where are you? Right. Here. Go to upload. Then I need to do something like that. So move that over there. Yeah, query with GraphQL, but writing is normal REST API. Well, again, REST API comes with it an assumption about how you're doing things. And actually, I did watch a code opinion, a Derek Comartin video yesterday on this, and I'm like, that makes sense. Kind of using the API more RESTfully, but kind of telling it what features are available. And it was the first time I've ever seen someone provide an example, and he referred to another video, but I've not seen that video either. But he referred to a video that actually, let me go find the video for you, because I don't like saying I'm using a RESTful API. Am I using post to create things? Am I using get to get things? Well, again, I'm not using get at all right now. I'm using post, patch, delete, etc. So I'm using the verbiage to do the things against an endpoint. That endpoint doesn't necessarily align to the actual object I'm doing, right? It aligns more to a use case right now. So I'm not using I'm not using an API to navigate my data. Right. So when I say here's a planning item, I don't return with it a list of links to the APIs to get the rest of the information, right? So I'm not using any sort of the name for that. There's a name in REST for that sort of thing. So code opinion. But I will share the video that I watched yesterday, which might actually be useful. You are in Twitch. There you go. And if there's anybody watching on YouTube still, I'll share the link there as well. And that again is more about how to. That video specific is actually more about leaking the behavior, like leaking the application behavior down into the client. So let's say you need to, and the example he gives is a toaster, right? If you need to turn the toaster temperature up, right, your client needs to know whether the toaster's on or off, etc. So it's making decisions about what's available to it based upon its representation of that logic, and it often happens that you end up moving logic from your application down into the client so that you don't have to keep making multiple calls, etc. So what he does in that example is when he makes the call to turn on the toaster, it gives him back a list of actions that are actually available. Then his code just says, if this action is available, show this part of the UI. So his application, his client application, isn't necessarily smart. It's using what it's told from the server to tell it what features it's actually going to allow, right? So I kind of get it, and I'd like to explore that a little bit more as I go forward. So I think that could be very useful. But I'm not using a RESTful API. I'm using it very much as a command-driven, hey, do the thing, and then the GraphQL aspect is getting the data. So using it to control behavior doesn't make as much sense from my perspective at this point. But you know, never say never. Okay, I'm going to do this. So .NET NuGet push -s HTTP localhost 5556 v3 index.json, and then tbd develop .mediator outbox 5 pre. Nope, that's a video link that I an API key, my super secret key. And then we're going to do outbox.SQL server. Okay. So now they should be up there. 5 pre. I used to work with an ERP application where almost the entire UI was model driven, kind of like driven from the server. Nice. I've experimented with that style, definitely. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard to build an application like that as well. Okay, so we're going to go over here, and then we're going to go here. Manage NuGet packages. Now I use this all over the place, so this is going to be painful. There we go. Just recognized my pre-libraries. Upgrade packages in solution. Ooh, okay. So, no. Yes, no. But yes, no. Yes. Yes, that one. No. Yes. Yes. No. Okay, so we got tickets, tenant management, shared kernel, planning internal, planning, yes. Upgrade. So what we want to see here, well, no, we need to go and add the extra method, right? That's priority number one. We need to go into each of the systems and add the extra method. Otherwise, we're not going to get anything. So app.configure SQL outbox. There it is. There's our extension method. View, tenant management. Again, configure SQL outbox. And that's something we can repeat over and over again. So that's not difficult. Tickets, and View doesn't have an outbox because View doesn't use it. So let's try and start the application and see what happens. The pro users of that app never use the pre-built forms. They just created the UI they needed on the fly. Ooh. Yeah, it was kind of an exciting time to build software as well. Um, like I don't think it's got necessarily easier. I just think application development has got a whole lot more complicated and intricate from a options standpoint. But and then we keep coming around on clever designs. Okay, what we don't want to have happen is a crash. What we do want to have happen is that when we go into this database tab in a minute and refresh, we see notification outbox appearing. Well, nothing crashed, but nothing got created. Hmm. Of course it is. I'm missing the rad days tools of old. Too hard these days to write data-driven apps. Not wrong. Like just doing something like this, right? Like just to get to this point. um, I mean, okay, if I was dedicating full-time work to it, this would have been done in less time. And I'm focusing on all sorts of pieces at once, but it's still pretty hard to do. Okay, so the problem there is I think that I need to do. I don't think I need ensure created. I think I need to do that. So the problem is when ensure created will work because it's going to start up and the database is going to be there. Um, so let's test it. Let's test it with that. Let's run that test and see what happens. Let's see if it still get one back. Okay, so it still works. Now I'm worried. Let's test the negative. Um, we need that container to go. The container will go away. Yeah, it's fine. I'm seeing lots of potential for this, by the way. There we go. Okay, it does error. Phew. um, so it does error without that. Okay, so let's build that. Um, build solution. What's the right way to replace? I think the right way to do that is to do three, two. No. Oh, helps if you use the actual command, right? I need to build it first. Pre -2. Pre-2. I'll build. Okay, and then NuGet push pre-2. And then go back here, and we do it again. Manage NuGet packages, upgrade. Actually, all feeds can make it simpler. Refresh. Does it detect? Don't think it does. Let's see. No, it does pre-2, but I think that is not a valid extension, so that's not. Oh no, it does. Okay, why don't you like that? Okay, so there we go. That's a better path. Just needs to take some time. So again, what I'm hoping for here is the migration will run. Now, the migration should only run the first time, but the biggest challenge this is going to pose, and I'm worried about, is it's going to create a migrations table. And I don't know how to remove that. So but let's see what it does. For right now, I'm okay with the migrations table if the application starts up. If anyone knows how to do that, how to prevent that, or to clean it out, I suppose that's the downside to using migration, is I'm going to end up with a migrations table that I can't remove because it has to know that that table needs to exist. So let's see. Yep, there you go. There's our notification at what's tenant management worked. Yep. So we do have the table. Can't you just copy the last migration? What do you mean? I mean, that it's taken me over an hour to get. It's not what I wanted to be. And maybe I'm not been paying full attention. Okay, so, well, you are working as well, or towards the end of your day on a Friday. So, I'll forgive you that. Um, so the cables. I'm gonna pull all my desk apart next week and redo all my cables. Not watching YouTube videos. Yeah, of course, working. Oh, Full Stack Live. Sorry, my apologies. I just didn't realize that I received a raid. Thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? Hello. Talking about not paying full attention. Mr. Jones is rubbing off on me there. How are things? I was trying to get my my camera so I could see my dogs. That was all I was doing there. Yeah, how was your stream? Productive, I hope. Well, it's a Friday, so it could be office hours. Yeah, also question coming in. Now is the weekend. Nice, nice. Well, that's cool. Well, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. What I am working on right now is actually a component of my larger system. So I've been working on this application for a couple of months. The idea being, it's an agile project management tool, right? So think Jira. I have some opinions on those workflows, the things that work, things that don't. And what I want to focus on is very much getting the developer away from most of this process, right? Because the developer does not care about most of what is in that system, right? They care about, here's the work I have to do, here's when I need to do the work by, and achieve that, right? Whether you agree with pointing or not pointing or whatever, it doesn't really matter what we apply there. The intention is to be flexible there. So what I'm building is I think Jira, not sure if the effect it had on me was the one you were aiming for. But I mean, think of any, any project management tool, anything that uses swim lanes or cards or any sort of work tracking, right? That's kind of I need to come up with. I need to look at I do know there are other products exist. Jira just is the first one that jumps to mind because it's the one I have the most experience of. But what I'm trying to build is something that kind of challenges some of the ways we work with those tools and tries to get out of the way of development, but provides all the visibility and reporting that management requires, right? So today I've been working on adding a few more fields into my migration data. So we were just working on a peripheral library and trying to get migrations working in that so that it would actually create its database structure, because I've just recreated all the data. So let's see if the actual app works, because that's what we actually care about. So here we're going to sign up. So we're going to go Jane Smythe. Email is going to be... I have 1,000,000,001 windows open, so this is going to be challenging for me. Where is it? There's developer mail. Okay, so we're going to use developer mail here. And we're going to do plus J Smythe. That might work. We'll see. I'm going to use a common password in the system for testing, and Smythe Incorporated, 123 Main Street, Hoboken, New Jersey, 09983, United States of America. We'll register. Oh, further than we got before. What should happen is all sorts of things should fire off. It should create a user in Auth0. It should create data in my tenant database. It should publish events to Kafka, and things should happen throughout the application stack. And it seems that developer mail does not support having the plus. Not that it matters, but it's worth knowing. Let's make sure it created the user. Yeah, there's my user. That's quite interesting. Developer mail is not as reliable. So when I hit finish there, I should be good, right? Now, what that's done is it has populated data in my tenants, right? It has published information to other systems to give them knowledge of tenants, or it should have done. Maybe they're not running. That's fine. But this is the tables I care about. These are the tables, not this is the tables. So I have the tenant, I have the tenant user, and I have the user. So now I can sign in with this user into my application. So when I sign in, no, that's the password. We have this plus J Smythe. So we should be able to sign in, accept that, then we should be navigating into the application. When we go to planning, we can now start to add planning items. So let's see if this works. Make sure that, publish outbox changes to Kafka, to NuGet. Need to get those changes pushed up and working. So the idea here is the planning item is kind of a work item. It's in between ticketing and stories. Because oftentimes what happens is, you end up with a massive backlog of stories that are either ill thought out, they're placeholders, they're thoughts, they're not really established things. And then everything else gets lost in the noise. So what I want to do is introduce a third piece, which is planning items, which until a story is established, a story is ready, it would hold in here. And then when they're ready to do it, they, from a single planning item, generate the actual stories that would need to be planned and pointed and worked upon. So that's kind of what I'm aiming for here. And I'm going to assign that to Jane. So when I create that, right, there's some error happening there that I need to fix. But ultimately what happened is this then fired off a command to the server, which creates it. It immediately puts it into the local storage. I have a signal store working with Angular here, and that will then allow me to see it and work with it, etc., until I need to publish it. It should have assigned Jane Smythe though. That's a failing. I've got some data copy somewhere not working. But now if I refresh it, ultimately I go back here, I should see that come through. So I would assume that things are not working as I expect right this second. So I can go to Kafka, he says, with an absolute pile of things available. So planning items has no lag. So that did not get published. Let's see if it actually made it to the actual planning items database. Did not make it there. So that errored creating that. So that's fine. So let's go back and do that again. As always, the way this stream works is if you have questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, you want to dig deeper into something, you want to learn a little bit more about the technology I'm using, you're more than welcome to ask. You're more than welcome to. I do not have to get stuff done on stream. This is about growth, and this application is not for the faint of heart. Is at this point quite a big application for what it's doing, but it's built for future growth, right? And I do intend to make this a thing. So I'm treating it as best I can. Get Chris Jones to stream again. We've achieved this one. I'm not sure the value of autocomplete on planning items because I've seen way too much copy and paste. So maybe autocomplete is a disabled feature. One of the things I do want to address, think about in the future is using kind of LLMs to help write stories and take the planning requirements in and try and help break down those requirements. And yeah. But this is just the start of planning items, right? I have a lot more ideas on how this should work. What do I want to do here? We need to do, make sure adding a planning item actually works. Also add tab index. So at some point I'll actually be able to start dog fooding my own project, which would be nice. Okay, so that failed with a 4 or 3. Ah. Okay. This is even sillier than So I have yet to put in any sort of permission system, right? So when a user signs up, they're established. You can log into the application, but you have no permissions. I actually do have permissions enabled on the ad to say you have to be a support user to do it. So that was getting back a 403 because Jane Smythe does not have permission, or did not have permission. She does now. And for reference, developer mail does not support plus on the email address. But it doesn't really matter being I'm not using it anyway. I just want to stop making. I just want to stop using my email. So let's go and try that once more. I think it'll still error because I think there's still a bug in the code on his. But yeah, make planning item work. Adding a new planning item. Critical system. 03, 03, 09. Yeah, you're still going strong. I'm trying. So when we create that, yeah, there's still a bug in there, but I think that should have gone through now. Yes, that did go through. So what I should see is, if I bring up here, topics, I should see, yeah, there's our message. There's our planning item created, right? Date added. We now have date added. This entire stream, by the way, has been focused on that one field. That's the entire purpose of the stream. Now we should be able to go to. So we should be able to just refresh this, and it'll work if it's working as intended. GraphQL. Returning 0 planning items. So where are my errors happening? So planning items did not hit there. Everything else hit there. So Kafka is running. We have the planning item there. So is the topic, is the consumer not running for that? No reason to suspect it's not doing. So if we go to, just gotta get used to the icons, I think. Topics, consumer groups. So, view integration is not subscribed to planning items. That is weird. So this is this integration group should have Liquid Sky planning items there. So let's go back and have a look at that piece. So running, we want to stop the view consumers. Planning item receiver. Yeah, it's fine. Planning items. Did I call it? Did I misname the topic? Topics. Planning items. No, Liquid Sky planning items. I did not misname it. There's no consumer group attached to it. There is a message in there. So let's restart the consumer group. This could be a side effect of each one of these starts on its own task, right? So it's all set as a long running task. So it could just be something went wrong. It could be it failed, and yeah, but that's an entire pass of telemetry and logging. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it did. It errored. So the good news is it didn't bring down the entire thing. The bad news is insert into planning it. So it did try and process it, but it failed. That's good news. Dear, I know what's wrong. So this is the challenge of going all the way around to this point, changing an entire different library. We did get the migration working one line. I don't know if you saw that. So the migration now does run, and creates the outbox database, the notification outbox table for us in each database that it starts in. So this planning item receiver, nice. So yeah, when it starts up now, it actually, so I do have a question about migrations history. I don't like that table sitting around, but it will now create this outbox. So that is good, right? So the migration and the I don't know how much you saw, but the actual running the test container works perfectly. This is awesome. So I can run I can actually validate the migration and validate that it will insert and query the data. So this works as a good integration test. So I will be looking more at using test containers to write some effective tests. Yeah, again, maybe it's just me, but I don't like noise around the periphery. I don't like things that lay around and you like, oh, what's that doing? Why is that there? Because I'm not using migrations in the main application because I don't like using migrations because they become temperamental. So maybe it's just a me problem. Maybe it's me that doesn't like noise. But anyway, so that is working. So the problem here is I'm now saying that there should be a date added on this table, and I'm going to insert it, and there's no date added. That's the issue. So we need to do date time, date added, date time, date updated, last updated. Right? And then here we need to do date added equals command dot date added, last updated equals command dot last updated. Yeah. So we'll see. Public date time last updated. That's nullable. And those should align to the table. So because we added, they added the last updated. Ooh, why did I do that? Okay, that script's got to be fixed. Scripts, view, planning items. Oh, there's why I did it. Okay. Either way, it's wrong. And that's minor. That's not gonna stop anything else. Okay. So now the planning item receiver needs to pass forward event.dateAdded and event.last updated. Right? Because then the command's complete. I don't think I do have tests. There we go. So acquire tenant is called, acquire user is called, planning item is created. Date time.utc now. No. I need to I will make a mental note to come back around on these and add explicit test fields. Because I should track that, okay, if there was an updated, because again, I'm calling this update planning item because I don't know if it exists, right? The handler itself will determine whether it needs to create it or update it. But when I get this event, I don't know if I already have the thing. So there's no point in calling it create if not exists or trying to determine if it exists first. Because again, I'm just changing the state of it. I don't care if it exists or not. There's nothing in the view system that really should react to that being a thing. Things like notifications, events that happen in the system globally, etc. That is not the concern of the view database. The view database is purely storage for the current state of the application. And again, I'm going to have to work on tooling to produce that data out of independent client systems and then create kind of transform files to insert it into this database, because I should be able to recreate the entire state of my application just by exporting the individual components data and reinserting it into the view. So the view should not be should not hold me back. So, but this should start up. I should see that a consumer group is attached to. Yep, there you go, planning items. And there's no lag. So now I should be able to go to here. See my planning item. I should then be able to go to this view. Do I get it? Do I get it? Do I get it? No. What do I get? Oh, there you go. Okay. It was just in a stuck state. Oh, Jane Smythe is the user that created it. Right. So let's do one more test. Bigger unit tests for dates. Dates are going to be verified. Deleting. S03 09 2024. So again, the core concept of the system is this review date, right? You cannot avoid it. On the day or the day after, depending on the way I'm thinking about it is you kind of want to configure a period of time. Like, just because it's that day doesn't mean they're not going to finish it later in the day. But the goal of this screen will be to kind of highlight here. You've got these items to review. So the items. I hope he didn't just get up. Hi, Dflix. How you doing? But again, the purpose of this screen will be to highlight the things that you need to plan, like that need to be reviewed, to the top of the screen. Now I work for a living, just get out of a meeting. Well, welcome in. We're gonna go for a little bit longer. I think then I'm gonna go for a longer walk with the dogs and get some exercise. They're okay right now. They're sleepy. So yeah, this screen will prioritize the items that need review up to the top, right? So you should be looking at this on the idea would be you'd be looking at this on a daily basis, assessing and moving things around. If you change this review date, then it will notify people. That's the goal, right? Jane Smythe, then we should be able to create that. There is a slight error in the console there. Cannot read properties or undefined name. I need to look at that component template. Ah, I get it. Yeah. So that is because planning items component line 33. Oh, that shouldn't matter. Because I'm not setting it. Okay, I get it. I miss working on purely web app. My day job project is a desktop application that uses web features like getting device images from a content catalog. If there's an internet connection, my non-official can neither confirm nor deny what I would do in the evening if I were actually doing a job, or a bunch of PWAs where I have to manage offline support. Nice. What are you linking to now, Dflux? There's new like do's and don'ts. Not sure how this got added, but I may share the top don't with .NET. Don't do anything that might cause someone to go to jail. Why did I click that? uh, and it's the first one. Okay, so um, so that's happening because I've got so much influx right now. I need to go and commit some stuff. I'm letting myself go in a I'll call it a creative flow. But it's what it's doing is providing or giving me the potential to actually make a big mess, right? Because I need to commit a lot of what I've done. But I want to get to a point where things are working smooth. Yeah, and I got a call. All good. So anyway, need to be considering wrapping up soon. But yeah, again, if you're in the stream, if you're new to the stream, you're more than welcome to ask questions. You're more than welcome to ask about technologies or question what I'm doing. I'm happy to go through things. If you're new to development, this is going to look more intimidating, but that is okay. Delete bookmark. I don't know why I bookmarked that, but yeah. Can you stream for another 3 hours? That's my question. No. I have two little puppies that, well, not little, but two dogs that do need to go out and deserve to also benefit from my being home for the day, and not working. And at some point, one line is going to stream as well, so I want to be able to be there as well for that. But I will stream for a little bit longer. So, okay, so let's get this committed. The first thing, right? So let's do program. Actually, they're all part of the same change. So, add migration for outbots. Start calling you BBB with these long streams. Honestly, if I could do this full time, I think I could have a lot of fun doing this. I don't think I'd earn very much money doing this, so that's not going to happen. And BBB is also creating content and doing all sorts of stuff on that stream. And yeah, that's like creating extra content and videos and whatnot. And my day job, that ain't getting streamed. Even if I'm just sat there, that idea I don't like. I don't like the aspect of sitting there chatting and then going doing some work and having a camera on me while I do work. I get the accountability thing, but that is not going to happen. But if I could do this all day, I'd probably be okay. But I need to earn a lot more from streaming to do that. Add migration from outbots. To ensure that the system consuming the library doesn't break, use the migration to create the table on startup. Requires adding configure equal outbots to app to host to app host. And the reason that is because the app has been built, all the dependencies have been resolved, etc., and the app is now technically ready to run, so it can actually execute code. It's not just configuring connections and things like that. which would be done in the services and the stuff in the builder. So we're going to push, commit and push that. Again, this library is available, so this component of the entire application is, you're more than welcome to go and check out. That is in my GitHub, and this integration test of sorts is definitely there. So what we did here was we actually used a test container. Oh, I need to make sure I add that at some point as well. But you can use a test container to create a SQL Server image. It will start. You can run the migration, verify that you can write and read back from that table, and then end the app. And it will create a container and drop it afterwards. So I'm going to explore more in that later on. Then what I need to do, again, apps running. So, planning item. Oh, that's what I need to fix. So in the planning items, when I add the planning item, I have an assigned user. I don't know who you are. That's interesting. So I know who you are, but I only know who you are when I'm told in the message back. When I create this message, so what happens is when I do store, it adds it injects an instance of the planning item into the store, so that then the store can immediately display it, and you can actually edit it because it will only add it there once it's got the ID back, the identifier back from the server. So it'll insert it into the store, and now you can actually, you could move around on the screen and change that all you like within this page. That's interesting. That's yeah. Label created by label assigned to. MT5. I shouldn't be concerning myself too much with this, but it's hard not to. Well, that works funky in the event. When they're next to each other, that works. Huh. Either way, that doesn't matter. I need to stop messing around with that stuff because this stuff again. I'm really contemplating how I find a UI UX person who can maybe go do a pass and do a design for me that would work. But I need to get enough pieces in there to do that part, right? So, what else? What else? So what I'm trying to consider right now is what do I do So again, this UI is not the final UI. This is just a UI layout to make it possible to kind of figure out some of these pieces. So I'm using a store here. Quick switch to mobile view. Hi, keyboard cowboy. How do you? Actually, watch. Without any effort. Let's see. Let's see what it'll do. Where's that gone? There you go. So it's not totally unusable. It's not something I want to focus on because, again, I don't think this application is a sort of application you're using on a mobile device every day. But yeah, that is the current way it lays out, just by virtue of using Tailwind. Yeah. So I've got to make some decisions how much of the information I'm going to show here. So I do have an idea that the planning item itself and the description is not the work to be done, right? For a planning item, what you do is you add extra information. So what I'm thinking of is a workflow where you say, okay, well, I want to work on this planning item. Okay, so let's add this requirement. So you kind of add a requirement and then you work on a requirement. So then a planning item is a set of requirements that are built up individually, and then a story can be generated of one or many requirements, right? Yeah, kind of. So it's kind of like from a team perspective, it's the PM's to-do lists, right? So the idea would be you go into here, you can see the description, and so this is a general outline of what you want to work on. You go in, you edit this thing, and you can add requirements. And a requirement is again a title with a description, etc. But it kind of defines things you expect, right? So then a planning item is a set of requirements that you can then produce stories from. So you could discuss them and actually generate, oh, these 3 requirements are one story. These 3 requirements are another story. And those stories are then generated in the story side of things based upon those requirements. So they're fed in as actual requirements of the story. And then a planning item can exist in an initiative. So you can have many planning items in an initiative to make up that work. But individual components can have review dates. So a planning item has a review date. Hey, I want to review, and this is what that date is there. So trying to provide some visual aspect to that process that is kind of, kind of defining a workflow, right? The planning item is just a kind of holder for the requirements. The requirements are what PMs are gathering, right? And then they're generating stories, and it's just trying to help them generate meaningful stories that translate the data, the information in a meaningful way into stories that can then be pointed and sized, etc. And then picked up as actual work. So that's kind of the path I'm heading down right now. But I'm not trying to achieve that this second. What I'm trying to achieve is just a general flow of data and kind of come up with some of the challenges. Can you handle screenshots or images? Yeah, I mean, that would be part of... Overall, this is going to be way more complicated, right? I've got to deal with that sort of ability at some point. But what I'm trying to do is actually try to jog my brain into contemplating what those other things look like. Like, I've thought through a lot of this. I've noted stuff down, but I'm still trying to evolve how I feel about certain things because I don't have all the answers to what I want to do. I just have the generalities right this second. Like initiatives, planning, a ticket can become a planning item, and it's a one-to-one. But a planning item can have many requirements, and those requirements can be one-to-many, to one story. So that promotion path is going to be necessary later. But I've got to build out my understanding of what this looks like from a UI perspective, and also helps me show and share. So again, if I add a new item, the problem right now I have is I do not have the user profile. So I need the user profile to be able to gather that information on the client, or I have to accept that I don't have it initially. Because again, that would be if item.created by user, right? Right. Not too long ago, somebody posted a link here about an updated library for C#. Do you recall what it was? I believe that was Deflux. Deflux was the one focused on doing updater things. So maybe if he's still around. Are you going to do anything by roles like PM role, developer role, manager role, etc.? Not sure how that fits in, or even if it needs to. I didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. You mean in terms of my design, or in terms of actual have people's roles represented in the application? Because obviously I'm kind of filling those roles right now, right? The PM, the developer, etc. So there's permissions on who can do what, so a developer would not see this part, right? So there are permissions. There are, so there'll be support roles, because again, this starts with ticketing. So the idea, the visual I have in my head here is this icon up here right now, held by the Tailwind icon, obviously, will be a drop down that says, okay, you want to go planning, you want to go ticketing, you want to go stories, right? I'm not even sure, just the concepts like tasks. Maybe I need more coffee. No, you get it. It's again, having people ask questions about it is part of why I'm streaming, because developers use these sorts of tools. I use them in my way, and I've used them in other people's ways, right? But having people question what I'm doing will allow me to validate a lot of what I'm thinking about, and see if any of the ideas are just useless, which they may well be. Keep an eye on things. Need to make sure people don't start streams up that I need to pay attention to. But yeah, so at this point, you would be playing the role of a PM, right? You'd be a product management or general product team, right? So I'd be logged into this application, and I'd be in the planning component. I would be generating these items, because this is aimed at allowing people to kind of think through the challenges, right? And outline things, so they could present this to the development team and say, hey, here's what I'm working on right now. Here's the requirements I have. Do you feel there's more requirements? Yes. Oh, let's add a requirement and now add more information to that. And those requirements are then very clear and presentable, right? So they could go. So the views of this, the different perspectives of this, I've yet to consider. But ultimately, like an initiative can contain many planning items. So initiatives might actually look like a tree, or like an organizational chart, in that, or even a mind map, essentially. These are the different things as part of this initiative, so you could kind of flow through the ideas. but add more information. And again, this is aimed at making sure that I don't want general ideas to make it into the backlog, right? Because the backlog is a mess in most of my experience, right? Because they just are, oh, well, you know, like figure out unit tests. Okay, add a story for that. Oh, we need to do this. Oh, add a story for that, right? And they just sit there until someone reviews them. So I kind of want to focus on that path, and this is the middle ground. So this is the most useful component of the entire system, I feel. So I'm just trying to build those things out. So in terms of roles, yeah, you would have different roles. I do have permissions, so a developer logging into the application wouldn't be allowed to even access this component. So I will put permissions around those sorts of things. And that's another challenge. I've got to look at permissions. Three hours later. No, Keyboard Cowboy. Thank you very much for the questions. It's again, it's good to validate what I'm doing. And I got to be careful I don't cut corners at this point. But this UI right now is not the final UI. This is just a process. So we should be able to go and say, okay, well, figure user profile in client. The user profile not available in client. So when we add things, but not, we have to wait. We don't have that information. And we'll review that. And what I want to do is implement rules on the application stack level that management can deal with and say, okay, you're not allowed to put a review date out more than a month in advance, right? There you go. So what that did then is when I hit save there, it actually only showed this card when, well, no, it showed the card because it added it immediately, but it didn't move that screen away until it actually committed and got the ID back from the server. So this is actually tracked, right? It knows that this exists in the server, even if I don't show it again. And again, this is eventual consistency, right? Because you can see there's no created by here. If I move away, it's gone. If I keep going back, I should eventually see that one appear again. That's the goal. It may be caching it, which is there you go. So that's one of the other goals as well, is to have this pushing in the background. So it actually just plops in and notifies, hey, yep, I'm here now. So now you can see this created by, because that information has now come full cycle from the server. That's gone through. Let's bring up the wonderful diagram. That's gone through here, gone through here, gone through here, got to here, and then I'm being read from there. And ultimately, I've learned that the Ocelot graph, the Ocelot API gateway does not quite have support for GraphQL, so I may have to swap that out for something different. Oh, ad break. My apologies if you are in the ad break. Need to be careful. I don't want to overlap with other people who need to stream because I don't want to miss streams. I think one line news start at midday. I think. I know you stream till about 2:30. Well, Sorcery Story and I are aligned. Our ads are both going. Frank, thank you very much. I need a better notification. This needs to show better raid notifications. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Um, um, we'll give it time till the end of the end of the ads. Sorry that people landed right in the middle of that. Also, we do need to do shout out full stack live. We got rated by earlier on. I'd highly recommend checking out. There's just so much to speak about there from the DevOps, the deployment, the experience standpoint. That's a necessary follow if you do anything about software development in general. And yeah, okay. So it looks like the ads are finished. So welcome in, Frank. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you're well. There's a USB for something on my desk somewhere that if I slap my desk hard enough, disconnects. Gets me every time. It's all right. My the power in my computer is weird. If I turn my light on, my monitor goes off and then comes back on. So yeah, I need to fix that this weekend. So yeah, welcome. If you're new to the stream, thank you very much for joining, and you're more than welcome to ask questions. I am working on an Agile project management platform, so it is a little bit large and hard to describe in a quick, succinct way. But yeah, so currently working on learning more about signal stores in Angular. Hey, you are there. Welcome. Yeah, well, what were you doing today? Diagram stuff, doing Azure stuff. Ooh, it's funny. Just seen you were online as well. I was looking for a bit. Ah. Um. You two were talking about data updaters still. I think doing an auto update with Gale release. Nice. Okay. Um. So yeah, this is my Agile platform. Working very much on lots of moving parts right this second. Today we've got the ability to track a created date, that's what I was going to go for. That's what I was doing. The entire stream has evolved into madness. Preview, copy value. Okay, so then we go over here. So I'm using GraphQL for the query side of things, which is generally making things easier. Created they added. Oh, I didn't do it yet. Okay, so we didn't actually change the API. We didn't have it. That was the problem. So GraphQL. Let's shut that one down. Let's go to view. View now needs to have. So we have a planning item view model, which is a date added, and let's be consistent in how we're doing things. Date added and public date time last updated, which for right now will always be null, so we don't need to worry about that. We then have the specification where we're querying those things. Date added equals p dot date added. Last updated equals p dot last updated. And we'll talk about that later. Okay, so let's build GraphQL endpoint again. Need to keep an eye on my dogs. Need to make sure they're okay. Need to come on, phone. You can work. So many cables. Okay. So GraphQL, we have schema reference. We should be planning item view model now should have, we need to update this schema. Planning item view model should now have last updated and date added. So we should be able to go back here. No, here, operations. And we should be able to do date added. Now we should be able to get that back because we have a date added on there. An assigned user, name, email, ID. Doesn't really matter what you ask for there. We don't need the email necessarily. Right, so we're pulling that information down. Then if we go to the client side now, the entire purpose of what I've been trying to do here is kind of display the created date. So what I kind of want to do is I want to go to... I'm realizing that my workflow is getting ever more chaotic the more I'm doing here. So this is something that I'm wanting to keep an eye on. I am going crazier and crazier as I get deeper into the app development. So footers, let's see. No, that's the wrong kind of footer. I need kind of a card footer. Navigation, elements, layout, page examples, card, heading. That's it. That's the only mention of card. Kind of need a footer. Soon it's just Jira all over again. Don't say that. If I get a year into development and my application pretty much looks like Jira and behaves like Jira and has all the issues of Jira, then I will yeah, I don't know what I'll have to do there. I feel that what I've got so far is different. I'm told I might be using Jira soon. Is that good? Well, Jira is a very big application. I mean, the subject matter itself is big, right? There's no doubt about it, right? I'm developing something here that you can see is already okay. You could argue that it's slightly overcomplicated for what I'm doing so far, but it is built with that scale in mind, right? Like most things, it's often abused and or misused or misunderstood. Jira is not perfect, but no software is. I just find that it creates as many problems as it solves. And the biggest problem with all these things, by the way, is not the software. It's the people. As soon as human beings, as soon as we have something to do, we try and make a process around it. Whether that be, I broke the thing off my new stand. Whether that be, we're like, oh, well, we need to track all this work, right? So let's create a spreadsheet to track the work. Well, we've got Jira, yeah, but that's just a mess. We never clean that up, right? Um, I've been on the end of that conversation many times, right? So it's kind of why my focus on these review dates, the concept of keeping the system telling you that it needs to be reviewed. Um, how I enforce that, how I introduce mechanisms for telling people that things need to be worked upon. Jira does have a lot of functionality that I don't even know about, right? That I've never used because the organizations I've been in have kind of put in their own ways. Here, we need to do it this way, or we need to do it that way, or certain teams work in Kanban boards, and certain teams work in sprint boards, and certain people just don't work in it at all. So what I want to do is introduce more visibility, because that's the biggest problem that people suffer with. Like a snooze and make it up phase, or this relies on other things. Yeah. So visibility, oversight, and keeping away from the developers. Because as developers, we often get dragged into that process, and I think it's not necessary. I think that we need to be kept. What I want to see is essentially, as a developer, you should be able to log in and see that. Here's the work I've got to do. Okay, in the order I've got to do it in. Or the priority order. Like if this is like 2 weeks out, and this is 3 weeks out, and this is 3 weeks and a day out, right? You can pick and choose, but they've got to be done, right? And that's all you should care about. Because as a developer, you don't care about whether that's in progress or whatever. Is it ready to be picked up for you? Yep. Okay, I'll pick it up and do it. And that's ultimately what I want to get to, where the developer doesn't actually have to worry about all the fluff, but planning is guided through a process of making sure they ask the right questions and produce the right output for a developer to pick up. Jira, companies can add all their own custom fields. They can add workflows in there. They can add tags, and they can add projects and components, etc. So you end up with a big mess, and people add stuff in there thinking they're trying to help things, and it makes it even harder. So it depends on how your organization sets it up, Deflux. But considering the way you've mentioned some things, I'd worry. Because the tooling doesn't solve the problem, right? The problem is people wanting to get things done, and not knowing how to use the tools effectively, and then everyone hates Agile, and everyone hates the process because the process is made harder by the tooling. So I kind of want to get out of the way of from the development perspective, get out of the way of the tooling as quickly as possible. Was that directed at me? I think considering some of the things you've mentioned, that you may have some challenges with configuring Jira. So you might be in the bucket pretty quickly of, oh, this tool's horrible. Just based upon conversations. But I'm gonna keep going forward. I'm gonna keep trying to make this my thing. And if we get to a point and everyone says, this is not working, right? Because once I get this actually functioning as a planning thing, I'm going to deploy it and let people play. By people, I mean anybody in the stream will get to play for controlled periods of time. We might learn about rate limiting if we get the wrong people in the stream. We might learn about all manner of other things. Might become a security expert in a matter of minutes. What's the worst that happens? Yeah, it's a challenge, right? And that's what I got to do. Ryan K. Hawkins, hello. How are you doing? Good morning or afternoon. Still morning for me. So what do I need to do next? I need to kind of go. Now I'm at the point where I need to come up with a bit of a plan because I need to decide whether I'm going to proceed with the client side of things. Right. So again, the client side right this second is built just to kind of proof out some of the things. So what I've got here is I'm using Angular. I've created these stores. So I have a store that has planning items and read and write. You can build these features. So when I add a planning item, I patch the state and I add that new planning item into my store so it immediately shows on the screen because this is using signals, so everything updates nice and quickly. And then I save the service, and then when I get the answer back for that, I update the actual thing. Actually, that's not. I'm not being truthful there. I'm lying. Hold on. Let's test. No, we need to stop that. Full stack. Run the everythings. This needs to change a little bit. So what I need to do is in the planning items store, when I write, I need to return that subscription. And then here, does that actually work on a subscription? Give me some entire sense. So that write feature should return that subscription. Should it? Because what I want to do is I don't want to close the window until I've confirmed that's there. Let's worry about that later. But ultimately what happens is it calls that method. When that method succeeds, it then closes the toggle, right? That's the idea. What I'm thinking is I actually want to make sure it's definitely got this ID before it closes. So what I need to figure out is how far down this path I want to go, right? Swipe off his forehead. Oof, one call. Now stand up in 4 minutes. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh. I hope the stand up is a quick one because that's there's nothing worse than a lengthy stand up. So I'm trying to. What I'm trying to do is think about what I need to actually achieve to say this part is working, and I need to then move on to getting some extra design done. Right. So I do know I need to edit this. Right. What does an edit look like? Well, you might think it's just bringing up this, but this is just the start of that process, right? This is not the full planning item, right? This is just the structure, get it in place. I think what I need to do is navigate down into the planning item and then start adding requirements is the next part, right? Should be PM isn't coming back until Monday, then back to 2 hour stand-ups. Whoa. Doing stand-ups wrong. I will never complain about stand-up length again. So I think what I need to do is navigate from here into another page. The challenge is this store, and this is kind of again the path that I'm following is I'm trying to figure out what I need to know when and how and what gets persisted and what I'm using, etc. Thanks. The team is happy with the way I've been running stand-up. We're usually done within 5 minutes and have any needed breakout sessions afterwards instead of holding up everything during the stand-up. The 2 hours was an exaggeration, but it does go past half an hour just about every time. Yeah, I mean, it should be, what did you do? What are you doing? Do you have anything blocking you? Nope, let's move on. New Pixel Perfect, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, it should very much be a brief thing, and then anybody who doesn't care or doesn't need to care should be able to get out of it and get on with what they're doing. So, and again, what I'm trying to do, by the way, with this application is make it so that PMs and people who hold those meetings up because they've got lots of questions don't have to be in present. They can see where things are and they can see the progress being made on the stories that are being done, right? If there's extra people that need to be involved in things, again, one of the goals is once this goes to stories, stories can cross teams. So a story could actually exist in multiple teams at once, and have aspects that each team needs to work on. So the story can be presented at the planning level and be seen. So people don't need to have, oh, where are we with this? Did you call them? Did you do this? Did you do that? That shouldn't be necessary because the visibility should be there. And the people who are assigned work should be notified. You got assigned work. And there's a review date on it, right? So that's going to become ever more critical as I go through the application stack. Because again, most of what we use the tooling for is pure accountability. And then people do that and make 2 hour meetings where they're like, oh, well, how does this work? And well, did you call that person? And where are they with this? And do we have a timeline? And each developer's asked to account for other people's jobs, etc. Or, what's holding them up. So there is where I'm going. So, yeah, if you're new to the stream, more than welcome to ask questions, pass opinions. I don't care if they're negative. I'm more than happy to show what I'm doing. It's a little large to just go into. But yeah. I got to kind of figure out my workflow and which pieces I need to know. So all I'm doing for the UI here is I'm just building things for the purpose of A, demonstrating to people coming into the stream that I am doing something that isn't just a lot of code, and B, that I'm thinking through ideas. So what I'm thinking right now is when I have a planning item, I'm going to want to go and do more work on the planning item. So what should that look like? Well, one of the problems I do have is if the planning item has not yet made it through the system, this is not available as a view item. So this doesn't persist. If I navigate away and come back, right, like I think you saw before, right, if I create a new item, right, so this is make persistence, persistent stores. The stores aren't persistent. They're only valid for the page. What if I navigate away? Right, 03, 10, 2024, assigned to Jane Smythe, right? So we create that, right? So now I've got that in the screen. It's assigned to me because I just assigned it. So this exists here. Apart from the fact this is not ordered correctly, because this should be here and this should be there. If I navigate away and come back, that's not there because it's not actually available yet. So do I kind of put it in a dirty state? Is that the right usability? Because if I'm doing that, I kind of want to start working on it, right? And that's the purpose of having it in the store and not having it actually just as an API call or whatever. And again, because of the way the system is distributed, that data is not here yet. That's all that's doing. Right? It should be there now, right? That's caching. I think that's caching. Yeah, that caches. But it caches the last GraphQL call. It doesn't cache the So we have some learning to do there. Because that what's happening is if I'm looking on the screen over here, right? If I navigate away and come back, it's not refreshing. It's not actually asking GraphQL for anything. So is that making the call is the next question. The problem is I'm going to have to keep adding data to actually test this if I'm not careful. So let's go to, sorry, I shouldn't do things like that. I shouldn't make sounds down the microphone. Go to the source. We go to app, view modules, planning, views, planning items. We go here. Let's go there. Okay, so we do get into there. We get into there. Initiatives, planning. Yeah, so we get into there, and then we go into fetch all, which has a cached copy. So Apollo, well, it still doesn't fix the problem because the problem is that the cache is the problem is that the data might not be there yet, right? So the cache is disconnected from my store, right? My store is just a temporary thing that's reloading its data from the cached GraphQL. Apollo GraphQL cache clear. Let's look at it from that perspective and see if it let's look at, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure everything's charged and I'm starting to run out of time. Angular. I need to know how to clear the cache. Okay, so Apollo create cache, in-memory cache. Ooh. Well, no, that wouldn't help. I kind of want to not have an in-memory cache. I kind of want to get rid of the in-memory cache, don't I? Advanced usage of GraphQL is not something I want to get into. Apollo cache in memory is a default cache implementation. In-memory cache is a normalized data store that supports all of Apollo client features without dependency. Need to manipulate the cache directly, such as in the store. After mutation, we'll cover some cases here. Requery will never make a request to GraphQL. So the query method, on the other hand, may send a request to server if the appropriate data is not in your cache, whereas requery will throw an error if the data is not in your cache. That's not really Yeah, so not looking forward to Monday. Back to actively lurk / random comment when I catch what you're working on talking about. You're about to go live, right? Online? In the very near future? That's overlap with you, right? 1 hour. Okay. Okay. I couldn't remember whether because I normally catch you. Yeah. So maybe what I'll do is I will finish up here, kind of create a list of things I need to do this afternoon, and then we'll raid out, and then I can get back for your stream. So my list of challenges is growing, and most of them are coming from the client side. So what I want to answer is, okay, well, I've created a new item. The item is not yet in my read side, but if I navigate away from this page, I don't know. So which parts how do I want that to function, right? What's the point in adding it into my page, into my store locally, and then navigating away and coming back and it not being there? I'm committed to doing the thing I'm doing, right? I'm committed to saying, hey, I'm going to create it. It's going to do what it needs to do in my system, and then it's going to be available in my view, right? It's eventually consistent, right? It's eventually there. The purpose of adding it into this part is so that I can use it if I want to, so I can navigate and do stuff with it. And each one of those things, if I was to perform those actions, it's not going to be invalid, right? If I say, hey, add a requirement, right, and that requirement is X, and now that publishes up to the server, there's no harm in that because it will have the identifier because we've only shown this card when we've got the identifier. So loading screens and stuff aside don't really make a difference, right? I'm not panicked about me being too quick for the system right this second. But navigating away and coming back, and that caches forever. How do I disable that? Or how do I? Because overall the feature's not bad, right? It was actually pretty good. Set up a time to meet with junior dev on some questions he has, and 2 members need to meet right after stand up. I feel like it flows so nicely. What happens when a PM is around is they'll interrupt whoever's giving their stand up on every item they bring up. That's something to say about it that rarely brings value. Yep. Yep. Not alone in that one. Although the team I'm on right now is actually really good in terms of the stand up because it's more like, hey, what are you doing? Okay, move on. And it is exactly as you intend. And then if there's any breakout meetings, they happen. So the team I'm on right now is actually flowing nicely at that point. And then we weekly give that update that you're talking about. That's a kind of a weekly thing too. But it's an explicit meeting. It's not part of the stand up. And it's a booked 1 hour. Okay, so the irony I needed to do GraphQL caching, store persistence. So what I could look at, I think, is a widespread, like actually using store in NGRX. So really using Redux and using actual storage. In about 3 months, the team I'll be on will be much more streamlined. Yeah. Because there's a few aspects to what I'm doing here, right? This is a usability aspect. Like what should a user expect to do, right? That's going to trigger a different path. So I've kind of got to make my mind up on what path am I following here and what do I think works. So I could say that you could go into new item and do everything you need to do, right? I could say that when you add a new item, it immediately navigates into that item, right? And shows that, right? So I can swap out a different view here. That's not a challenge. Layout views. So if we do item detail, item detail, skip tests. I don't like writing that. I would love to be able to say, yeah, I've got enough bandwidth to do client-side unit testing as well. The reality is, if I start doing that, we're never getting anywhere. But now the challenge is the store instance that's in here is not the store instance that's in here. Now, I thought so. I have too many windows open. There you go. Okay, we gotta keep an eye on things. So if I go here, right? So component store. I'm actually using Signal Store. It's not fully finished yet, but if I go into this, creating a store, putting it all together, defining computer states, providing and injecting the store. Signal Store can be provided locally and globally. By default, a Signal Store is not registered with any injectors and must be included in provider's array at the component root or root level before injection. When providing at the component level, the store is tied to the component lifecycle, making it useful for managing local component state. Alternatively, Signal Store can be globally registered by setting the provided in property to root when defining the store, which is what I'm trying to do. Becomes accessible anywhere in the application. This is what I want. I want this store to be available. So why does that not work? What am I misunderstanding here, right? So if I go to the store, I have provided in root. Then what do I do? Do I do it? Do I do it here? Do I kind of say providers planning item store? And then here, I don't do that. I just inject it. Is that what I do? User store can be injected there. But you said planning item store there. I don't do it. I've kind of been doing this. So the planning item store I get in the add planning item. If you think about it, I actually add it and it appears in the other store, but I'm injecting the planning item store. The only difference is I didn't provide it here because I was calling that in a page where I already had the planning item. So it gave me the same planning items. So now, does this work? So what I want to see is, I want to see it appear here, and then when I navigate away and come back, it should still be there. I'm still in the application, right? That solves that problem right now, because GraphQL will work eventually, right? We'll worry about the caching. So I've been doing something that's made me feel a little bit icky lately. I've had to go into my command line, navigate to a certain library and type, hesitates because of the shame, ng serve. Okay. It's all good. We have these things to do. I kid. It's actually really fun messing with an Angular app. I mean, honestly, I'm enjoying what I'm doing here. I don't like the struggle. And some things don't make sense, so I feel out of my depth. Um, so you know, the UI is going to look terrible. The behavior of the application is going to be bad, and I think is why I do want to focus my energy on kind of the workflows, so that I can kind of understand all these problems before I go into the application. And because I'm going to make a mess if I'm going to just, oh well, now we're doing it this way and now we're doing it that way, and it's not a good way to build the application to start with, right? So persistent storage, the storage for the store should at least be available globally. I'm really glad for the experience with it. I've wanted to get some experience with JS frameworks. I will still joke about it, but it's been super beneficial to experience. Yeah, I'm liking this tooling flow as well, right? Using WebStorm for this has been an absolute breeze. So serving this application up and working with it has been, and if I have any issues, I can go into the debug screen, he says, with confidence here, and see the errors appearing. Yeah. The left side, planning items are created by, therefore the operator can be replaced with the dot operator, right? That's actually kind of funny. It shouldn't be null, but it's null. 03, 19, 2024. And I can create that and it should update there. Now, if I navigate away and come back, oh, but it's the same spa. And that's funny because that's a separate component, right? This add planning item component here, I'm injecting the planning item store. And it's this same store. Because I'm injecting it there and referring to it in this component, and it updates the store underneath. You see it clearly appear in the screen, so why won't that actually persist? Oh, we don't need this anymore either. The constructor can go away. The user store, that's okay because I need that. Like, that shouldn't be project. That shouldn't be root, right? That should be every time. Nope. Hi, Razvan. How you doing? Good day. And no, it's actually not because it's not invoking the call to GraphQL. It's taking the cache data. It's taking the cache data. That's why. You are right. It's the cache data that's causing the problem. It overrides the store. My apologies. Yes. Thank you for making me think through that. Of course it is. Well, it's kind of twofold, right? Because the reality is GraphQL is caching, absolutely, right? Like Razvan just said, I'm going and loading the data. So even if once I navigate away, when I come back, I call load all anyway, right? When I add it in here, it is the same store. So when I inject it in there, it adds it into the store and appears in there because of the signals, right? Because this is watching the list of planning items. When I navigate and come back, I call load all on the GraphQL. Well, the GraphQL has the cache data. I refresh it. If I hit refresh right now, the GraphQL cache will go away and the two items will be there. So I either need to say merge, which seems messy, or my store should only call load all when I kind of refresh. I gotta really think about what I'm doing here. so frustrating. I kind of want to fix it now on stream, but I don't think I'm going to get to do it. I'm gonna have to think about some usage patterns here because I could hack and hack and hack at this solution, but what I got to think about is how is it really going to be used? Maybe that's not actually the problem I need to concern myself with. Maybe it is. Oh, I do have the tool available. Welcome to Apollo Client DevTools Explorer. Root. Cache. Not helpful. I assume this is really meant. Oh, it's Apollo. It's not. This isn't. This is the Apollo part, not the not the NGRX part. I thought there was one. I think there's one for Redux. Actually, maybe there is. Redux plugin. Oh. You can have a flag in the store with initial fetch. NG on it will look at the flag and only fetch if it's false. But I initialize that. Yeah, when I do that, it's gonna. Oh, you again. Hey, Grumpy, how you doing? Let's see if they work for. So last time I did it, these worked for even Angular stuff, not even just yeah, other architectures which handle the state. Doesn't seem like the right way to do it though. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that's really what I want to do. But we'll have to have a look, right? So I don't think I'm gonna fix this right this second. I think my challenge goes way beyond what I can achieve on a stream. But it is definitely starting to come together. But now now I get to build a list of actual features I want to build. I'm okay fitting to go on a group outing for work in half an hour. Of course, our company is distributed, and locally we only have 3 people. Does that mean you're traveling to see the other people in the company, or you are going out with 3 people on your team or in your company? Maybe there's also plugin for Angular components like React. Maybe you can see the store. That yeah. So that's what Redux should do. Let's have a look. Plugins, Redux, DevTools. And the problem is I have to refresh to. No, it doesn't detect them. It's not detecting it. So that's interesting. It's running. That should have refreshed. We know there's 2 more there. Unless the client's crashing, and that's a different problem. No, there's only 3. Where are the other 2? There's 5. I have a half-hour drive to meet 2 others for lunch. Close the inspector and open it again, so this Chrome extension is loaded. I don't have the longest drive. Yeah. Casually mentions it would be cool if we could see YouTube chat show up above your head like the Twitch chat does. Yeah, I don't know what tools I've got available for that though. You might have to wire the store in Angular so it knows about the plugin. In normal Redux, you actually have to do that in React. The other problem I'm going to have is thank you, online. Appreciate it. The other problem I'm going to have is going to be this is a signal store. This is new. This is a newest part of NGRX. NGRX does the Redux tools definitely support NGRX store, but I'm using Signal Store, which is kind of another component within there, and it's a relatively new piece, so it might not actually follow the same patterns. Yeah. But either way, those two, I'm wasting time because those two things didn't actually get there. Oh look, lag. You know why there's lag? I don't know why there's like. There should be like. View consumers. What are you doing? What are you doing, view consumers? You errored. That's why. How did you error? What did you error on? Let's stop the view consumers. Okay. Let's go to our view consumers. View. Infrastructure consumers, receivers, planning item receiver. Let's go here and let's do debug. Let's find out why this broke. Yeah, so at some point I'm going to have to do some sort of pass of telemetry, of logging, of alerting and stuff. Logging isn't going to help me here, right? Because there's nothing meaningful, especially when you get to distributed pieces, because, you know, A, B, C, D, E might not actually talk to each other in certain events or whatever. So you have to know the flow to know everything. So coming up with an intelligent strategy for how to piece solve. They added. Topics, planning items. Let's have a look. 28 minutes ago. They added. And they added. Well, that's terrible. We're going to look at the data here in planning items. Definitely not the same date added. Okay, so store persistence, root, date added as 111. That's an invalid SQL date. That's why that's blowing up. It might be a valid .NET date, but it's a default .NET date, so it's blowing up because SQL's like, I don't know what that is. That's not a valid date time too. So GraphQL caching, store persistence, date added. So that's still a problem because GraphQL is still, I mean, GraphQL, even if it did fire the query, it would only be getting about 3. So that is something to learn about. So GraphQL caching in general, store persistence in general. If that store persists properly and that item is saved, and I don't call GraphQL, so if we solve that problem, then some of these become a little less, yeah, some of these become a little less problematic. But yeah, so these are the key components that I've got to fix first, right? I've got to fix why did I publish 111? I published a default date time off a field that should have been captured. So there's a test I'm missing there. Store persistence, that should be handled by root, but let's validate that. And then GraphQL caching, aggressive, disable, right? What should that do? I think it's valid, but maybe that I have to say, okay, well, from the store perspective, I know more, therefore GraphQL cache is invalid. Don't load all, right? Because what I want to do is look at GraphQL saying, hey, I've got an update for you, right? In that case, what I could say is GraphQL hasn't notified you of any changes, therefore use what data you have and only reach out to GraphQL when GraphQL says, yep, things have changed. So using events in GraphQL might actually solve that problem because I might be able to say, you know, tell the client. And again, that's why I'm doing this piece, right? I'm working and focused on this piece because once these patterns are in place, once these problems are solved, I can accelerate application development and focus on features and just build the UI to match the feature in a relatively quick manner. So, yeah. And then we go to requirements. requirement should have a title, description. As a keyboard cowboy point out, images, attachments in general, right? If there's a PDF or something, then this is going to be a larger component, mainly because obviously I'm going to want to use some storage mechanism for that, but I don't want to force myself to hook up AWS or Azure right this second. So I'm going to have to create some sort of abstraction around that so I can A, test it, and B, I can validate it without actually hooking the specific technology in at this point. And I wouldn't directly link my client to my storage anyway, so it would still end up going via my server. So I think that's an acceptable pattern. But again, I'm more than willing to accept if anyone has any expertise there, that's good. So requirements, again, a requirement as a review date potentially. It's attached to a planning item which has a review date. So that might not be necessary, but it is something I am considering because a review date on a planning item might come up in 2 weeks, but you might actually say, hey, I need to, there's some information I need from the client or from the customer or whatever. Let's review that planning requirement in a couple of days and kind of push forward that component. So that's requirements on a planning item. What else? What else do I need to kind of focus on right now? Edit planning item. So I think the workflow is generally good, right? So the idea would be you go in here, you enter the basic information, who's it assigned to, you create, right? The description I'm gonna fill out as a larger box because the description should be a general idea of what this planning item is meant to represent, and then again you assign it to a user because you want them to go off and work on that thing. Gathering the requirements is not necessary at this phase, right? So maybe when you hit create, it navigates to that item and allows you to work on it, or maybe it just shows in the list here because ultimately if it's not assigned to you, it shouldn't show in here, right? So this assigned to right now is useless, or will be useless because only the things that are assigned to you should be visible in this view. This is not meant as a review screen. This is meant as a personal task list, essentially. Yeah, I think it's time to start defining some of these things, right? So add requirements. Again, what does the workflow look like for that? You are those under you. So this would be you, right? What is assigned to you? I do intend to have kind of reporting views that are meant for, hey, because again, if you think about it, that's kind of one of the things I'm tempted to consider is kind of Kanban boards for planning, right? But I think the review dates handle that piece, right? They're kind of prioritized. So Kanban doesn't really mean anything to this because it's like, okay, it's ready, right? If it's ready, then it should have produced stories, and then those stories should be visible. So I don't think a Kanban board works for this, but some overarching view of, hey, here's the people, and here's the items assigned to them, and here's the review dates would be necessary, and probably showing hot zones as well, right? Planning items that are at risk or are coming up soon should be highlighted differently than those that are 2 weeks out or whatever. And then initiatives, again, initiatives wrap up planning items, so an initiative could have an overall review date, but its review date can't be any less than or any sooner than its earliest review planning item review. So I'm still trying to think through those workflows. I don't want to make them overly complicated, but in the same, I do want to make it all about accountability, right? So I do think that it's necessary to to flex a little bit, but I think path number one is get the basics in place, and then let people see it and tinker with it and see what they think. Now the problem is that the people who come into this stream are the people I'm trying to save from this process. So you are not going to be the best audience for this, right? I do have some people who I do know that may be actually pretty friendly. That would help with this, but I'd have to get it all produced and deployed. So yeah. But anyway, that is for another time. So at this point, oh, he was streaming. Where did he go? Huh. Did BBB lose internet, or is he just finished the stream? That's who we were going to go to. Anyway. Fritz is playing Overwatch, so that we're not going to raid out there. Does anybody have any application developers that they know and are watching on Twitch at the moment? So if you're in the stream and you're interested in what I'm doing and you want to know more, or you have thoughts and opinions and you would like to know why I'm going down this path or what I'm trying to do, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. I do love talking about this stuff. All the stuff gets uploaded to YouTube. And I'm happy to make extra videos about content, about tools, about things like that. So if it helps, I'm more than happy to share how I'm doing these things. This code base is private, purely because I want to make a real product. But it's not something I'm not willing to discuss. So you're always more than welcome to join the Discord and jump in and have a conversation. Is nobody doing anything? I suppose Finite, but Finite's doing. Oh yeah. Let's see. Is there any new streamers? No. Seems I am the only dev streamer. Doing my sort of thing right now. A lot of game devs. So being that I don't know, who I'm going to hold on. Ah, here we go. We're gonna go and raid someone new. YK Dojo is working on creating a custom GPT coding an AI powered app, which is definitely interesting. So we're going to go over there. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the conversation as always. I hope the stream did at least share some new information or did something that was at least interesting to most of you. I will be back for certain on Monday. Over the weekend, I may stream randomly if I'm making progress and I'm sat here anyway, and I might just start the stream up. But that's never guaranteed. But I will be back at 7 a.m. Monday my time. Otherwise, working on Water Drink Water, which is a more viewer-friendly app. So if you are a beginner or even advanced, you're more than welcome to come back on Monday and hang out and see how that app's going. We do that on Mondays and Tuesdays. And again, all the content gets uploaded to YouTube because I stream to YouTube in parallel. And I will try and get YouTube chat in. Grumpy, if you've not left yet, I hope you have a great lunch. For everyone else, if I don't see you around before the end of the day, have a great weekend. And I will see you again soon. So let's go raid YK Dojo and see what they're doing. So take care all. Have a great one. Bye.